Three of competition in these UEC Track Elite European Championships. Well, a big day ahead of us as we decide yet more champions. Yesterday we crowned 6 different champions of the European track cycling. This morning we've got lots of qualifying to bring you as we look at this fantastic velodrome built here in Munich. The riders just getting set for this morning of qualifying. We're going to have the men's sprint will be the first of the races that will be underway. As we take a look at this track, 200 meters in length, the width of it 7 meters. Maximum angle in the banking 45 degrees, and here on the straights 13 degrees. Right up there at the top of the fence, 240 meters around. So if you ride around the top, it's almost the same size as the majority of tracks in the world at 250 meters. These riders then all getting set. This is our schedule of the morning. The men's sprint qualifying coming up first. Following that will be the women's time trial 500 meter qualification. Then we move into the men's sprint 16th finals. After that, we're going to bring you some individual pursuiting of both the women and the men. This track incredibly popular. It's sold out over the weekend. Here's our commissaires, our judges, who will make sure that fair play is adhered to. The president from Denmark. And then we have our judges and our race secretary and the starter also here in the commissaires panel to make sure that everything runs nice and smoothly. Well, the mechanics and the coaches and riders have been in this track for a couple of hours now. Riders getting the opportunity to warm up. Here is Jack Carlin, who will be taking part in the men's sprint qualification. He's been here for at least an hour and 50 minutes. Sebastian Vigier in the men's sprint. One of the race favourites for this sprint qualification later on. Mateusz Rudic riding for Poland. He's going to be the penultimate rider to go in the men's sprint qualification. Here's Sophie Friedrich. Getting herself ready for competition later. She'll be taking part in the women's time trial 500 meters. Miriam Vecce here from Italy. The riders have to go through their warm-up protocol, and of course we're quite early in the morning here at 10 o'clock for competition, so the riders will have had to have an early breakfast, move from the hotel, get here, get themselves set up, go through their warm-up. And then they've got to really work back from the time that they are actually taking to the start line. Work out when they get onto the rollers, when they do a little bit of a ride on the track, and then work everything through so that they are right on the time to get on the track and get into their event. Numbers being pinned carefully. You'll notice that a lot of the riders have got these pockets on the back of the jersey. And those slot those numbers in, but in the bunch races, the riders need to have the numbers either side of the back. massage all important in cycling, to just get rid of those aches and pains and make sure that everybody is ready. So the soigneurs, the carers, the masseurs will be very, very busy post each event, just making sure that the riders are okay. Taki Kuemi warming up, oblivious to the event mascot. Last little bit of handlebar tape being added to some of the bikes. Ola Walsh riding the 500-meter time trial. It's quite busy down in that track centre where all the teams are actually in. There's not too much room to move around. When you get down in there, it's just a hive of equipment and activity. Huge amount of kit in there that the mechanics all look after. They've been brought in here by the various different nations. This is the jig, which is now in place for the bikes to be checked. Now all laser checked as opposed to a specific, they used to be a little bit more old school than this. So now much quicker for the riders to have their bikes checked. And each of the machines does have to go through a specific bike check before it's allowed onto the track. The riders have to adhere to all the rules and regulations, in particular the time trial bikes that you see with the aero skis on. There's quite a lot of rules and regulations relating to where the saddle's allowed to go, where the handlebar position is allowed to be placed as well. But those were relaxed just about 2 months ago. So again, the riders and the coaches and the commissaires all getting used to how those rules have changed. This is the men's sprint qualification. The riders will be looking to set their fastest time over 200 meters. 22 riders on the start line for this qualification. Top 10 riders will qualify for the 8th final, which will take place this evening. And the other riders will go through to qualify for the 16th final, which will take place this morning. So we'll see that evolution of that qualification throughout this morning. There's a reminder there on the bottom right of the screen, the top 10 to the 8th final. Riders riders from 11 to 22 will go through to the 16th final. A little bit of adjustment on the track here. There was that big crash yesterday, so they're just covering up a little bit of a gouge in the track there that they've suddenly discovered. There's the competition manager there on the right-hand side. He's making sure that everything runs to schedule and runs smoothly. A top commissaire in his own right. There's Lisa Brennauer. Enjoying being here in her final rounds of competition as we welcome our first rider up onto the track. The riders then will be circling the track. They're allowed 3.5 laps, and then they will unleash the sprint over the final 200. They've got to get themselves in the top 10 to go immediately to the racing tonight. Outside of that, they'll have to fight their way back in to try and qualify for this competition. This is the Italian rider, Daniele Napolitano, who is the first rider to go. Napolitano up on the track. Let's see how his 200 meters is going to go. Now, normally it's in the middle of the banking, but of course here, it's right on the line. Goes through the 100 meters in 5.276. Napolitano hits the line now in 10.563, 68.2 kilometers an hour. He sets the standard for all the other riders to beat. Daniele Napolitano will wind down then. You notice there that he hits the 200 meter to go line, which of course is the finish line, start-finish line, quite high up the track. In normal circumstances, you would be down on the black line by then. So it's going to be interesting to see how the riders work this one out. Up onto the track now from Slovenia, Eduard Salar. He's about to get underway. Down to the bottom of the track. Working his way through. Salar quite high up the track then in qualification, 11.352. Second fastest time so far, of course. Riding very high up on the track, Salar, not staying down on the black line, and of course every time you move up the boards a little bit, you're causing yourself extra time and extra distance. I think you might have got a little bit of confusion in there as to when his start was going to be. Our next rider, Mikhailo Yaroslav. Dudko, he's about to get going, riding for Ukraine in that blue and yellow kit. Staying right up at the top of the track, coming round, just winding the tempo up. And he'll dive down the banking now with one lap of racing to go. And he's still very, very high up on the track. The rider's kind of using this banking almost like a hill. It's interesting to watch the tactics that they are adopting in this competition. Hits the line now with a 10.649. Second fastest time, 67.6 kilometers an hour for Mikhailo Dudko of Ukraine. Our next rider is already up on the track, as we see Dudko having set that second fastest time. Trying to stay as low as possible, as you can see, trying to keep the nose right down and be as aero as you can. The rider's not using aero bars, there's no need for that, but you've got to try and stay as aero as you possibly can. Every little bit of turbulence counts. Our next rider up on the track, this is Balan Csengoi of Hungary. Staying in the saddle, keeping the power on. This looks like a good ride by Csengoi. In towards the finish line, and he hits the line with the fastest time. Goes top of the leaderboard, 10.320. He looked quick all the time, didn't he? 69.8 kilometers an hour. Really stayed up the banking high and then dives down. Almost used the banking into turn one as a big hill down onto the black line, and it seemed to work well for him. This is Vladislav Denisenko of Ukraine, about to go up on the top of the track. Denisenko out the saddle, now dives down, really got some speed. Denisenko goes through. and makes his way up to the line. Denisenko's time, didn't see that one. It didn't come up, so we'll have to wait. See what Denisenko's time was. Denisenko, top of the leaderboard, 10.317, 69.8 kilometers an hour. He did look fast all the way through that ride. Denisenko, top of the leaderboard by 0.003. Really getting up to speed at the moment is the Italian rider Matteo Bianchi, and he's already covered his laps. Powering his way down the back straight, hugging that black line as much as he can, and goes top of the leaderboard. 10.171 for Matteo Bianchi. Goes top of the leaderboard, 70.8 kilometers an hour. The first rider to top that 70 kilometers an hour barrier. Next up on the track, the rider from Lithuania, Svajūnas Jonauskas. Getting up to speed. Got the aero socks on today to be as slicing through the air as fast as possible. Dives down, gets into that tuck now, revs it down the back straight, very, very quick. This is a fast time by Jonauskas, and he reaches the line now with a 10.035. He goes top of the leaderboard, 71.7 kilometers an hour. First rider to top 71 kilometers an hour. Powerful sprint by Svajūnas Jonauskas. Top of the leaderboard, Lithuania with Jonauskas, and up on the track now is Jose Moreno of Spain. Already up to full speed. The riders seem to be using this track in a very different way to the way that they do on a 250-meter track. Just 0.118 down for Moreno. Can he find a little bit more pace? Just 0.204. Moreno, third fastest. 70.3 kilometers an hour, 0.205 down on Jonauskas. See the importance of getting up to top speed right at the start of that 200 meters. So it's Lithuania from Italy from Spain. The Polish rider now up on the track. We've seen him racing already, Rafał Soneczki. Gets himself up to speed now. A couple of laps to go. Very different way of racing compared to Bianchi a few moments ago. He was already up to speed when we caught up with him. And now Soneczki goes down to the bottom, tries to stay inside that red sprinter's line. This is quick by the Polish rider and makes his way to the conclusion of the ride. Look at that, a 9.933. The first rider under 10 seconds, 72.5 kilometers an hour by Rafał Soneczki of Poland. He goes top of the leaderboard. A 9.933. Confirmation on the left-hand side of the situation. Soneczki from Jonauskas, as Timon van Loon now goes onto the track. Timon van Loon dives down. Let's see what the time is going to be for the Dutch rider. And he goes even quicker. This is a good ride by Van Loon. 9.695. Top of the leaderboard, 74.3 kilometers an hour. That's very impressive. Timon van Loon, 74.3 kilometers an hour. The world record is at 9.1, set at really high altitude in Cochabamba in Bolivia in 2019 by Nicholas Paul from Trinidad and Tobago. That qualification was only a little bit of a touch outside, half a second down. Matej Boleslavic riding for the Czech Republic. Dives down. Bike weaves around a little bit. Just fight your way out of that final turn. And the rider from the Czech Republic, third fastest time. 72 kilometers an hour and 9.995, so 3 riders already under the 10-second barrier. Talking to the coaches, when you come out of turn 4 on this track, the angles are slightly different to the other angles on the track, and therefore, if you fight the bike out of turn 4 into the finish line, then you are liable to start to move around the track quite a lot. You've got to let the bike travel out of the corner on its own, do what it wants to do. The riders are starting to get used to that now as we see the next rider from Spain, Alejandro Martinez. Makes his way to the finish, and 10.034. Good enough for 4th place by Alejandro Martinez. From 10 riders will go through to the 8th final. The other riders will qualify for the 16th final, which happens this morning. Great shots of the way that these riders having to get on top of that gear, really over the front of the bike. Van Loon still top of the leaderboard, 9.695. German rider now on the track, Maximilian Dornbach. Dornbach dives down, gets now down to the black line. Got to try and stay as close to that as possible. That's, of course, the shortest way around this track. Reaches the finish with the 2nd fastest time, 9.785, 73.6 kilometers an hour. Top of the leaderboard, still the Netherlands with Timon van Loon, and Germany with Maximilian Dornbach. 3rd place at the moment, Rafał Sarnecki of Poland. Jan van Eyden pleased with that performance. Mark Jurchuk, again riding for Germany. Fighting that gear over. Flies his way around the top of the banking, dives down now. Stays as close to that black line, weaves out to the red, being kicked out. Such is the force that this bike is going through, and reaches the finish with the 3rd fastest time, 9.839. Average speed over 200, 73.2 kilometers an hour. The 15th rider to go is up on the track. Martin Češman of the Czech Republic, wearing number 16. rumbled his way around that part of the track, didn't he? Wow. Let's see how he does when he reaches the finish, and that's a good time. 9.877 for the rider from the Czech Republic, 4th fastest time. Average speed, 72.9 kilometers an hour. It's a brutal effort, this one, at 10 o'clock in the morning. Riders have got to get all the power out. And through this competition, there's no measuring your effort, particularly in qualification. You've got to make sure that you get into the best position possible, and that is to not ride an extra round this morning. Sándor Csalontai is on the track now for Hungary. Just trying to get the pace out of that bike. The arm's moving a little bit there by Csalontai, really trying to keep the pressure on, put all the force through as he now reaches the conclusion of the ride. 4th fastest time, pushes Czechman down the standings a little bit. Hungarian rider with 72.9 kilometers an hour. Up on the track, a rider who's won a medal already. All smiles from the British fans. Hamish Turnbull now getting up to speed. Member of the team sprint yesterday, dives down, powers his way down the back straight. It's looking pretty quick, 0.101 outside, and Turnbull then into the finish with the 5th fastest time, 72.9 kilometers an hour. Hamish Turnbull just warming down after that performance. Keeping nice and aero, keeping that head right down on the bars. Up on the track now, getting set for his effort. Jack Carlin, bronze medalist in the sprint in the Olympic Games. He's been here for hours with Jason Kenny, getting ready for this effort. Jack Carlin then, down the back straight. Let's see how he does. And he's going quick already. Jack Carlin then into the finish line. 9.604, top of the leaderboard. The first rider to top 75 kilometers an hour. Carlin at 75 exactly. 9.604. It's a pretty special ride, that. There's Jason Kenny on the left-hand side. He's been with Carlin and Turnbull since very early this morning, just getting them ready, going through the process. Jack Carlin, nothing to chance on that machine, is there? The aero bike, the narrow bars, the aero socks, the disc wheels. Everything absolutely nailed. On the track then, Vasilius Lendl of Lithuania, looking to try and set the fastest time now. He's about half a second down and reaches a conclusion, 0.265 down. Vasilius Lendl with 72 kilometers an hour, 72.9 for the Lithuanian, 6th fastest time. He'll qualify for the top 10. Only 3 more riders left to take to this start. Three big names about to take to the start of this qualification. First up, the Frenchman, Rayan Halal, bronze medalist in the Olympic Games in the team sprint. Rayan Halal out of the saddle. Getting stronger and stronger and sprinting all the time, this rider. From a BMX background, Rayan Halal now really turns the pressure on. Through that first turn, he's about 0.055 down as he reaches the conclusion of the ride. And the second fastest time by Rayan Halal, 74.4 kilometers an hour. He will qualify for the final, the 8th final tonight, which will start to take the riders through the evolution of this competition. The 16th final will be this morning for the riders outside of the top 10. Remember, this is the qualification for the sprint. Once we get into the next round, it will be about match sprinting against each other. There's confirmation of the current standings. About to start then, Mateusz Rudic, riding for Poland. Bronze medalist in the World Championships in the sprint. Just trying to get on top of that huge gear. Got a top 75 kilometers an hour to go top of the leaderboard, and Rudic has got real power, but he's wandering around this track. And having said that, he's already quicker as he hits the line now just outside the time of Carlin. 74.8 kilometers an hour. Rudic just probably lost a little bit of time by just moving around on the track, not able to hold that bike right down on the black. The final rider is about to take to the track. Here he is, World Championship bronze medalist last year behind Lavrazen and Hoogland, the two Dutch riders. Bronze medalist in the Olympic Games in the team sprint. This is Sebastien Vigier. Now the saddle then for Sebastien Vigier. Jack Carlin's time, 9.604. Vigier down to the bottom of the track, holding it nicely around that black line. Wanders a little bit, but not too much at all. Into the finish for Vigier. Third fastest time, 9.641. He'll qualify just ahead of his teammate Rayan Halal. Gregory Boget, the coach there in the blue, happy with the performance of his riders, qualifying third and fourth fastest.
Am Freitagspartner haben die Qualifikation gewöhnlich laufen. Diesen ein Tableau eingetragen, aber es resultiert ab die Runde.
There's the times on the left-hand side of Vigier, third fastest there. Carlin top of the leaderboard. This track looks like it's running pretty quickly today. That's got a little bit of altitude. Sits around about 500 meters above sea level. 531 meters to be precisely above sea level, so there's a bit of altitude, and it's all about the air pressure outside, which has been pretty low actually, so it's been enabling some fast times on this track. There's a rundown of the riders, the top 10 going through to tonight. The other riders outside that top 10 will be back in action shortly. and get set now for the next of our qualification rounds. Going to move on to the women's time trial, 500-meter qualification. Everything getting set up then for the women's time trial, 500 meters, as we take a look at the qualification for the men. So Jack Carlin top of the leaderboard with 9.604, his average speed 75 kilometers an hour. The riders who will qualify: Carlin, Rudic, Sebastian Vigier, Ray and Elal, Tiemann van Loon, Maximilian Dornbach, Mark Jurchuk, Vasilius Lendl, Sandor Salonte and Hamish Turnbull. All the other riders will race again this morning to qualify for tonight's racing. Jack Carlin looking absolutely superb today. He's had a fair amount of competition recently with the Commonwealth Games, so he's very much on top of his game right now. You can see that by the way that he executed that ride. The only rider over 75 kilometers an hour. Rudic went pretty close though, didn't he, by 0.2 kilometers. In a short while, we'll bring you the women's time trial 500 meters qualification. In that, the riders are paired on the track. In the women's qualification for the 500 meters, we've got the likes of Emma Heinzer of Germany. Elena Starikova will be taken to the track, so will Leah Sophie Friedrich. Plenty of big names then will be taken to the boards shortly for this 500 meters qualification. Some lovely shots then of the slow motion of the riders as they put out that supreme power this morning to qualify for that event. Of the riders we've seen, Vigier looks good, doesn't he, so far? Rudic looks good, Carlin looks to be on good form, so does Ray and Elal. Those look to be the top four riders, but once we get into match sprinting, things could be very different to how they look right now. Very solo effort for qualification. But funnily enough, when the riders get into the actual match sprinting, they quite often ride completely their own race. They don't necessarily always just race their opponent. They work out what their tactics are going to be, they execute them, and then they hope that that's going to take them through to the next round. The world record not touched then, 9.100, set by Nicholas Paul on the 4th September 2019. But some of those riders getting pretty close to it, just half a second outside for Jack Carlin. I think he'll look at that time and be pretty impressed with that performance at 9.604 today. These riders in these sprint events, so much time is taken in the gym to try and get the power that they're looking for. A real combination of power and speed, and the riders train themselves to ride both the power they need, but also the cadence that's required to go fast. Cadence, that speed of turning the pedals over. Now, it used to be that you would see all the aero kit arrive at the Olympic Games. Now we're seeing the aero kit being tested in European Championships, World Championships, trying to find out the best combination of resources to make a rider go as fast as possible. The riders being reflected there in that glass that's around the inside of the track. That glass is actually a polycarbonate glass, and it can be bent right backwards. It takes a full load of a rider hitting it. We saw yesterday the crash of Sophie Capewell for Great Britain. And she went pretty close into that glass around the track. But it will just absorb the riders' force as they go into it, rather than it compressing in any way. You notice there's also the balustrade all around the top of it. You can just see there in that shot. It's one long balustrade around the top, no pillars holding it. The balustrade is 1.2 meters high, 2 meters over the tunnels, so that riders don't go flying over the top of them. And notably, this track has been tested at 80 kilometers an hour, and if you look at Jack Carlin's speed, 75 kilometers an hour, he's getting pretty close to the speed that the track was tested at. See the amount of movement on these bikes of these riders as they put the force out. In particular, when they come out of turn 4, you'll notice how much the bike is snaking around in some circumstances. This is the 500-meter time trial qualification. 2.5 laps of the track. On the track straight away, in the colours of Ukraine, Elena Starikova, silver medalist in the Olympic Games in the sprint. And on the other side of the track, Emma Hinze of Germany, 5 times a world champion, 2 of them in the sprint. This is the time trial qualification. The fastest 8 riders will go through to the final. So it's about time here. Probably a good qualification round here for Hinze and Starikova. They're going early, and both of them are very fast indeed. Starikova, silver medalist in the World Championship at the 500 metres. Emma Hinze, very focused. Full focus already, 500 metres, 2.5 laps. Underway for both these riders. Hinze of Germany, Starikova of Ukraine. Let's see what the times are going to be. Hinze's fastest at 10.086, but remember they're racing against the track. They need to be in the top 8. Let's see what the times are going to be. Hinze absolutely flat out, 21.702. Hinze's going to hit the line now. She comes up to conclude her ride, 32.732. That is an exceptional ride by Emma Hinze. Very, very impressive indeed. 55 kilometers an hour. And only half a second off the world record set at altitude in Mexico. Very impressive performance by Emma Hinze. Starikova 33.497. Well, Emma Hinze sets the standard for everyone else to beat, and that is a blistering time, 32.732. 55 kilometers an hour average from a standing start. That is a superb 500-meter time trial. The world record was set by Jessica Salazar in Aguascalientes in 2016 at altitude in Mexico. 32.268. Emma Hinze less than half a second outside that time. This track does look to be racing pretty rapidly right now. Last bits of activation and stretching getting done in the middle of the track. The next 2 riders are getting ready. This is the Italian, Elena Pissolati, about to get started. And on the other side of the track, Alexandra Oviniuk of Ukraine. Underway for both these riders. Bisolati in the blue of Italy, Liviniuk in the blue and yellow of Ukraine. Top 8 riders qualify. Liviniuk goes through 16.868. And they're heading up then to complete their 500 meters, 2.5 laps of the track. Liviniuk now with the 3rd fastest time and reaches the conclusion of the ride in a 34.803, 51.7 kilometers an hour. Bisolati 49.8 kilometers an hour, 36.175. So those two riders, 3rd and 4th fastest so far. There's confirmation of the times there on the left-hand side. Hinza at the top of the leaderboard, Starikova in 2nd place. Liviniuk and Bisolati, they're the two riders who slot in 3rd and 4th place. Next two riders up on the track. On the track then, Orla Walsh of Ireland, a rider who has made a complete transition from the life that she used to have. Used to be, to her own admission, an absolute party girl, used to smoke 20 cigarettes a day. The excesses of partying, and eventually she found cycling and completely transformed her life, and is now here at the European Championships and is also at the UCI school in Aigle in Switzerland. Up against here Julie Michaud, but remember, they're up against the track and time, not against each other. Underway for both these riders. The time to beat Emma Hinza, 32.732. You're looking to try and get in the top 8, get all the power out. 10.574 for the French rider, just wobbling around this track, fighting that bike as it came out of the banking. You've really got to hold it and not fight the bike out of those turns. Let's see what the times are going to be at the end of this. Orla Walsh in the green and Michaud in the blue. They're almost at the end of this effort into the finish line, and it is 4th place for Michaud, 5th place for Walsh. Michaud 51.6 kilometers an hour, Orla Walsh at 51.2 kilometers an hour. Here's the current standings. Emma Hinza 32.732, Starikova in 2nd, Liviniuk in 3rd. Then it's Michaud and Walsh. Top 8 will qualify. Orla Walsh, who was more of an endurance athlete, turned into a sprinter. Heat number 4 about to start now. On the track then, Taki Kouemi of France, the rider who starts their team sprint, so she's very, very fast out of the start. She's going to be up against the British rider Lauren Bell, who's also the starter for Great Britain. Remember, Great Britain didn't manage to finish the team sprint because of the crash of Sophie Capewell yesterday, which they've now analysed and looked at how it happened. They noticed the way that Capewell kind of fought the bike out of this last turn and the back wheel just disappeared. These two riders should be interesting because they are both the starters in a team sprint. Therefore, they are used to these starts, used to one lap flat out, but now they've got to hold on for 500 metres. The start of Taki Kouemi on the left for France in the blue, Lauren Bell of Great Britain in the white. Let's see what these times are going to be. They've gone through with a good opener. Taki Kouemi, 10.137 in the opening transition. That's a fast time by the French rider. Can she hold on? She's used to doing the 200 metres. Carly McCulloch watching Lauren Bell. And they're almost now at the finish line. Got to hold that bike right down the track. Hits the line now. Kouemi, third fastest, 33.802. Bell, 34.112. Taki Kouemi, that's an impressive performance. 53.3 kilometres an hour. Lauren Bell just below the 53 kilometres an hour mark. They slot in third and fourth. Hinze, Stardakova, Kouemi and Bell now are the top 4. Taki Kouemi starting to really show the prowess at these power starts. Great Britain team at the moment, they've moved from their usual Manchester base down to Derby in the middle of England because the Manchester Velodrome is being refurbished. So Lauren Bell and the rest of the team have been training there as we go back and find the Spanish rider, Elena Casas, silver medalist in the European Championship team sprint back in 2016. And she's on the other side of the track to Ursula Loss, Polish rider, here in the red and white. Last bit of concentration before this huge effort for both these riders. The fastest time, still Emma Hinze, 32.732. A start, blasting their way out of the starting gate. Need to get right up to speed. Ursula Loss is normally the second rider in the team sprint for Poland. So she's used to doing this sort of length of effort. She's fastest so far. Coming up to the transition of the bell, and Ursula Loss slightly ahead at the moment. Third fastest time. This looks like it could be a good performance by the Polish rider, and reaches the line third fastest, 33.732. Average speed 53.4, drops Taki Koemi and Lauren Bell down the standings.
Nächster Lauf, Lauf Nummer 6, Team Nummer 6 für Netherlands, die Niederlande.
The time of Helena Casas, ninth fastest, 35.224. Casas will not qualify for the next round. Ursula Loss has an opportunity to qualify. Confirmation then of the top 8 as things stand. Hinza, Starakova, Loss, Koemi, Bell, Laviniuk, Michaud and Walsh. Ursula Loss will be very happy with that performance. Now, of course, once they get into the sprint, it's rider against rider. Another member of the Polish team, the starter of the Polish team in the team sprint, Marlena Karłowska, is just getting herself into that starting gate. She's going to be up against Kyra Lammerink of the Netherlands. Kyra Lammerink, they're just sorting the straps on those shoes out. To get inside the top 8 at the moment, 35.176 is the time to beat. Karłowska has a very... Oh, Lammerink having a little bit of a slide in the same way that Sophie Capewell had yesterday. Karłowska slightly behind, though. Lammerink, even with that bit of a speed slide, still top of the leaderboard in this contest. Third and fourth fastest so far. Lammerink still quick. What's the time going to be when they reach the finish line as they hit it now? And it is fifth fastest time for Lammerink, seventh fastest for Karłowska. Lammerink's time, 53 kilometers an hour, pushes Lauren Bell down the standings. Still some fast riders to come. Even with that little bit of a slide out of that turn for Lammerink, she was still quick, fifth fastest. Real power out of this start. There's this little slide, look at that back wheel just kicking out of that same turn of Sophie Capewell yesterday. And on that particular bit of banking, the degrees are 4 degrees. They're much, much steeper than any other part of the track in that transition. That's why if you fight the bike out of that turn, you have all sorts of issues. Onto the track now. Czech Republic, Veronika Jabonnikova up against the Italian Miriam Vecce. Miriam Vecce, 25 years of age, from Lombardy in Italy. Has been a bronze medalist in the World Championships at this discipline. Rides for the Valcar Travel and Service team on the road. Jabonnikova of the Czech Republic, just sitting up, getting ready for this effort of 500 meters, 2.5 laps of the track. Let's see what the times are of these two riders. To get inside the top 8, you need to beat a 34.803. Vece going quicker. Jabornikova needs a little bit more speed. Miriam Vece, this is the fastest time so far by the Italian, looking to beat the time of Emma Hinza. This is fast from Miriam Vece. Goes second fastest now, opened up maybe a little bit too quickly, reaches the finish, third fastest time for Miriam Vece, 33.528. 53.7 kilometers an hour. Remember, the top 8 riders will go through to the final. Jabornikova, 9th fastest, 34.668. Won't qualify for the next round. So a couple of riders will be a little bit concerned about their position in the final later on. Seventh and 8th at the moment. Lauren Bell of Great Britain, Marlena Karwaska of Poland. 2 more riders to go. To get inside the top 8, you need a 34.159. Miriam Vece, that opening 100 meters was incredibly quick. Slowed down over the second part of that race. Final 2 riders up on the track, and one of them is the current world champion. In fact, Germany have switched out Leah Sophie Friedrich and slotted in Pauline Grabosch. Underway for Grabosch from Germany and Steffi van der Piet. Let's see what Grabosch can do. Starts off with the 3rd fastest time. Van der Piet has a little bit of work to do here. Grabosch 4th fastest. Van der Piet dropping down the order, 8th fastest at the moment. Grabosch. Van der Piet's going quicker now, 6th fastest. Both these riders could make it into the final. And Grabosch 4th fastest, Van der Piet 5th fastest. Impressive performance by both of those riders. Grabosch at 53.7 kilometers an hour. Steffi van der Piet 5th fastest, 53.5. Steffi van der Piet took a long time to get herself on top of that gear that she was riding and to get into her stride. At one point she was 11th fastest. Emma Hinza with the fastest time, a considerable fastest time, 32.732, the only rider underneath 33 seconds. The top 8 will qualify. They will be making their way through to the final, which will come up tonight. Here's confirmation then of the qualifying riders. Emma Hinzer of Germany, top of the leaderboard there. Starikova goes through, so does Vece and Grabosch. Lauren Bell of Great Britain just outside that top 8 places. Top 8 then, Starikova, Vece, Hinzer, Grabosch, Van der Peet, Loss, Kuemi and Lammerink. Start list of the 16th finals for the men. The riders draw lots in the track centre. It is track sprinting, and the winner will go through to the next round. Up on the track, Martin Czechman of the Czech Republic. Up against the oldest rider in the competition at 46 years of age, Eduard Zalar. Comes from Slovenia. First rider across the line will go through to the next round. And looks like Czechman has decided he's going to go flat out from the start and get rid of Eduard Zalar of Slovenia, who is finding it a little bit difficult to get on terms already. So Martin Czechman of the Czech Republic with an advantage. Looks around just to check where Zalar is. He is hunting him down. But Czechman has decided, let's go through straight away, and Czechman wins that heat very, very easily against the Slovenian Eduard Zalar. Czechman goes through to the next round. Czechman goes through to the next round of racing. There's going to be 6 heats there, and the winner of each heat goes through to the next round. This is our next heat, just drawing the lots. Rafał Sonecki up against Mikhailo Yaroslav Dudko. You'll notice the riders are starting back from the start line. There's a little shamrock painted on the inside of the track, the Irish shamrock for good luck, painted just down from where the riders are to signal where they're going to line up. The reason they're not lining up on the start line is because the angle of the track in this 200-metre track is 35 degrees on that start line. and therefore for the riders to get going would be pretty tricky. So they're giving them a little bit of a run into this banking with that little shamrock painted on the track to show them where to line up. Two riders on the track in the blue and yellow. Mikhailo Dudko, Rafał Sonecki in the red and white of Poland. Dudko, 21 years of age. Sonecki, 32 years of age. First rider across the line goes through to the next round. Now the tempo starts to up. Dudko jumping into the wheel then of Sonecki, looking to try and get past. Overtaking on this track is very difficult. Sonecki makes simple work of that one. For Poland, he will go through to the next round. So far then, the Czech Republic and Poland represented in the next round of racing. Sonecki does have the most incredible moustache, doesn't he? Very manicured. See our cameraman down there on the inside of the track on his Segway, just working his way around to give us these lovely shots as the riders roll away. Onto the track now from the Czech Republic, Matej Bulazavic against Daniele Napolitano, the Italian rider here in the blue. Daniele Napolitano, 19 years of age. Bulazavic of the Czech Republic leads off. Napolitano there in second place. Really critical, I think, in this last 200 meters to be at the front. The speed of these qualification rounds has been no cagey riding, has there? It's been pretty flat out. Bulazavic now on the front as he accelerates down the back straight. Napolitano trying to get on terms. He's going to go and try and go round the outside. But the rider from the Czech Republic just has too much tempo, and he goes through to the next round. Both riders from the Czech Republic safely through to the next round of the men's sprint. Three more heats of racing to go. These are the riders that finished outside of the qualification time for the men's sprint earlier on this morning. See just how important it is on this track to take the front line. You don't have much opportunity to get around the outside. Next riders arriving on the track. Top of the track then in the white with the gold and red is Alejandro Martinez, and the Hungarian rider in red, Balint Sengoy.
Pújame fuerte. Lo voy a pasar de pito. Vamos,
Alejandro Martinez just making sure that he's straight on the track. Underway for both these riders. Martinez just going up the track a little bit. Just trying to get a little bit of height. And the rider from Hungary knowing that he just wants to keep that tempo nice and high, so that Martinez has a lot of work to do. And Martinez knows, I've got to get round the top here. Overtakes the Hungarian. Good move by the Spaniard. Alejandro Martinez is the rider on the front now as he powers away. And it looks like he's got the measure of the Hungarian rider. Looks fast. Alejandro Martinez is the rider who will go through to the next rounds. Got his tactics right in that one, didn't he? Nice little move by Alejandro Martinez around the outside, nice and early, before Sengoy was up to speed. Well, sprinters in the middle of the track will be watching this and just trying to work out, okay, what are my tactics going to be in the various rounds? Svayunas Janauskas is next up on the track against the Ukrainian Vladislav Denisenko. All these riders fighting for a place in the men's sprint. Lithuanian rider there, Janauskas. This is Denisenko, the 21-year-old from the Ukraine. A little red timing chip you see there on the front forks gives us all the data that we carry, so we can see the riders' speeds and timing when they cross the line. Making their way off the start then. In the blue and yellow, Denisenko. In the green and yellow and blue is Janauskas. The riders, as you can see, choosing to have the carbon fibre rear disc wheel and the carbon fibre bladed wheel on the front. That wheel gives them a little bit more manoeuvrability to be able to wind their way around the track and move the bike left and right. If you have double disc wheels in, it's a little bit more tricky. Janauskas has taken the front line. Denisenko isn't too happy with that, so they're going to go shoulder to shoulder. And into this final couple of turns. Oh, it's very, very dicey around that corner. Who's going to take this one? They're holding each other off and still holding the inside lane. The Lithuanian Janauskas. That was a good sprint by him. It didn't look like he came off the and outside the red sprinters line at all. He held the bike down. Once you're inside that red sprinters line, you've got to stay inside it. You can't then start to waver out of that line. That is where you are racing. Janauskas looked like he managed to hold that bike inside it. Very strong indeed, under pressure by Denisenko. see there how hard he's working. Those wheels not coming outside that red line at all. Even in that hard turn there, he's still down inside the black even. Very powerful rider. This is our final heat. The Italian, Matteo Bianchi. The Spaniard, Jose Moreno. Jose Moreno at the top of the track in the white jersey. Again, the rider who crosses the line first goes through to the next round. Matteo Bianchi, the 20-year-old sprinter from Italy. Jose Moreno, 28 years of age. And this looks like it's going to be a fast one, doesn't it? Big acceleration from Bianchi on the front. Jose Moreno looking to try and get on terms, goes high, looks for a little bit more speed. Tries again around the outside. But the Italian sprinter has got too much power, and Matteo Bianchi goes through to the next round. Great match sprinting between those two riders. Winner's time, 10.467 for Matteo Bianchi. Just had a lot of speed out of those turns, didn't he? When he accelerated, the Spaniard had no chance. He tried once or twice, but the door was not opening for him this time. Confirmation of the riders who qualified: Martin Czechman of the Czech Republic, Soneczki of Poland, Luslovec of the Czech Republic, and Martinez of Spain go through safely to the next round. Also qualifying, Janauskas and Bianchi. Just having a look at the air pressure in this track, it's 1.108. Anything under 1,000 is low. So the times we've been seeing do show that the air pressure is relatively low, considering the altitude. 531 meters above sea level. So the combination today for fast times is not too bad at all. We're going to move on to the women's individual pursuit. These are the riders who are looking to qualify. Again, this is all about time. The fastest two riders at the end of the 10 heats will qualify to race for the gold and silver medals. Third and fourth riders will race for the bronze medal. So it's a straight qualification to go into the final. Thanks very much for watching. If you'd like to get in touch during these races, please feel free on social media. @AntMcCrossan is where you can get hold of me if you've got any questions at all. Pauline Grabosch riding her way back into the track centre. Women's individual pursuit qualification. 10 heats, 2 riders race for the gold and silver, the fastest times, and the 3rd and 4th riders go for the bronze. We will be watching riders including the likes of Vittoria Guazzini, Nika Kroger, Lisa Brennauer, Marian Boras, also Nia Evans. First rider up the track is going to be a solitary rider, and that is going to be Yasmin Lehti, riding for Switzerland. Our first rider about to get underway. Underway for Yasmin Lehti of Switzerland. A young rider, 19 years of age. There's quite a lot of youngsters coming into the sport at this point in the Olympic cycle. And nations investing in those young riders to try and develop them through for the next couple of Olympic Games. So this sort of experience in these European Championships, all important. Yasmin Lehti of Switzerland spinning away then. She'll ride her 3,000 meters that she will be competing in this individual pursuit. We'll try and get into that rhythm nice and early. We'll keep you updated with the times at the various time splits. Coming up to that 1,000 meters point now. Wants to get into a nice cadence, a nice rhythm early. And remember, we're ranking all the riders. 17 riders will be ranked, and the top 2 will ride for gold and silver. 3rd and 4th will ride for the bronze medal. Lehti's gone through the 1,000 meters in 1:15.665, so a very steady start. All these riders will, over time, really drill their cycling position. Some of the nations are able to take the riders into the wind tunnel. Yasmin Lehti's been a European champion mixed relay at under-23, silver medalist, and a bronze medalist in the Swiss National Championships at under-23 as well. So an aspiring youngster getting experience in these European Championships. Just finished 23rd in the European Championships under-23 for women. Gone through the 2,000 meters in 2:28.855, a 1:13 kilometer through that 2nd kilometer of racing. Progressing well around this track. Yasmin Lehti of Switzerland setting the standard for all the other riders to beat. keeping close down that track. You want to try and ride around that black line as much as you possibly can. Every little move up the track means that over 4,000 meters you actually ride an awful lot further than 4,000 meters. And she's coming up to the bell lap now. Yasmin Liechti of Switzerland over this 3,000 meters. Starting to get a little bit of rock and roll in the shoulders. Really does feel the pressure in those last couple of laps. 3:43.075, an average speed over that 3,000 meters of 48.4 kilometers an hour. Good opening individual pursuit there for Yasmin Liechti. Certainly got all the aerodynamic equipment required. As you can see though, up there on that red line, you want to be down on the black, wavering around the track a little. If you can hold the bike down as low as possible, you will go a lot quicker. Good experience though for Yasmin Liechti. Next heat, 2 riders will be on the track. This is Giorgia Isasi, riding for Spain, 27-year-old rider. And on the other side of the track is Tamara Salinska, riding for Poland. Spanish rider, has ridden for a number of different UCI continental teams. Tamara Salinska about to get started for Poland, looks very calm and relaxed. Underway for both riders is Isasi, the 27-year-old Spaniard, who's twice finished 5th in national Spanish time trial championships. Did that in June as well this year, finished 5th behind Mavi Garcia with some really top names ahead of her. Mavi Garcia, Sheila Gutierrez and Sandra Alonso. So a rider who's known to be a very good time trialist. Salinska into her stride, young rider, 19 years of age, finished 9th in the under-23 national time trial championships. Salinska is quickest though. Remember, these riders looking to try and set the fastest time because the top 2 riders will ride for gold and silver. Getting up towards the 1,000 meters point now. 3,000 meters on the track for both these riders. And it's Salinska who's still slightly ahead as we go through the 1,000 meters with a faster time than Liechti by just over a second. A 1:14.286 for Isasi. And Salinska goes through with a 1:14.230. It's really neck and neck between these 2 riders. Trying to stay on those aero skis, keep the nose as close to the hands as possible. A nice style here of Tamara Salinska, very fluid pedaling style, much more punchy style of Isasi. And that is translated into how much that bike is moving around. But Isasi is going quicker now, really is starting to move around this track well. Coming up towards the 2,000 meters point, Isasi is just ahead, 2:11. I don't think that was right. 2,000 meters now in 2:18. They go through. Solinska in 2:27.306. Isasi corrected to 2:25.634. And now the Spanish rider with that much more punchy style, much more fight in the bike, isn't it? She is going quicker. Polish rider starting to steady up a little bit now and feeling the pressure. Isasi still ahead, and she can now see Solinska just ahead of her. It's going to be a good performance by the rider who's finished high up in the National Time Trial Championships of Spain. And the coach just giving her that last urge on. The time to beat is a 3:43.075. The time of Yasmin Liakati. Looks like it's going to be the fastest time for Isasi in a 3:40.473. Solinska in 3:42. Average speed of Isasi, 49 kilometers an hour. Top of the leaderboard for now. Strong performance by Giorgia Isasi, particularly in that second 2,000 meters. She actually rode a very fast, a 1:11 in that second kilometer. Her third kilometer, much more steady. A 1:15 she rode, and just 1:14 she rode in that third kilometre. So an opening 1:14, a middle 1:11, and a last 1:14. A little bit inconsistent in terms of the pace and efforts. Next riders are getting ready. This is the French rider, Jade Labastuga. Up against Olga. Up against the Polish rider, Olga Vanovic.
Aber es ist auf jeden Fall eine Kennziffer wieder im Auge hat, 3:16, weil sie die Weltrekordszeit ausgesucht hat.
Third heat of this women's individual pursuit qualification. Let's see how these two riders get up to speed.
Starting Quarterfinals,
These two riders getting into their stride then. Wagnovic slightly down then on Laberstuga. The French rider, the coach just giving an indication of how things are progressing with a little bit of information on that iPad there. Going up to the 1,000 meters point for both these riders. Remember, time is of the essence. It's all about qualification time. 1:11.619 for Laberstug. Fastest time so far in any of the heats. Second fastest time for the Polish rider. The French rider, really strong aerodynamic style, a member of the Team Pursuit squad. And she's already catching the rider in front of her. And even if she does, she'll continue for a time. So she'll continue to ride. She needs that ranking time to put herself in with a chance of riding for the gold, silver and bronze. Heading now towards the 2,000 meters point for both these riders. Laberstug really does concentrate hard on keeping that head tucked right down in between the shoulders. 2,000 meters in 2:27.66. Fastest time by over 5 seconds. And now into this final kilometre. That second kilometre for Jade Laberstug was a 1:09.147, a very good second kilometre of racing for her. She's almost on the wheel of the Polish rider in front of her now. That's going to help to drive her on. She'll get into the slipstream now and go straight past. Wants to continue the momentum towards this 3,000 meters point. Always difficult at this sort of intensity to just go past the rider in front of you. Laberstug now heading towards the 3,000 meters point to get the time, and it looks like this should be the fastest time of the day so far. Concludes this 3,000 meters with 3:31.649, a significantly faster time than the previous riders. 3:44.32 for Vanovic. Finishes second fastest, but Laberstug now firmly top of the leaderboard. The first rider over 50 kilometers an hour and the first rider over 51.
Wir werden eben über das Erreichen der Durchschnittsgeschwindigkeit von 50 km/h gesprochen. Das ist dann doch schon relativ früh, diese Schallmauer durchbrochen worden. Dafür aus Frankreich bei Iran ist dann noch bei 31,6 ist eine Durchschnittsgeschwindigkeit von 50 km/h hier uns dann überall befasst.
Heat number 3 concluded with a win for Jade Laberstug. There will be 10 heats on the track. Just recovering after that big effort. Individual pursuiting is very painful. Our next riders are making their way onto the boards. This is Victoria Yaroshenko of Ukraine. She's going to be up against Marit Vanhover of Belgium. This is Marit van Hove. The start of the next heat of racing, heat number 4, Victoria Yaroshenko of Ukraine, Marit van Hove. Marit van Hove, a Belgian rider, 19 years of age, rides for the Park Hotel Valkenburg team on the road. He's just ridden the likes of the Lotto Belgian Tour, finished 10th in the Belgian Road Race Championships. He's had some good results so far, riding for that team which, in the Women's Tour de France, rode superbly well throughout. Victoria Yaroshenko in the blue and yellow. Looks quite neck and neck between these riders at the moment. Yaroshenko slightly ahead, but only just a touch. Van Hove with that praying mantis style as she puts the hands over each other to try and be as slick as possible through the air. The Ukrainian rider Yaroshenko, much more relaxed, isn't she, the way she rides, with the hands almost turned underneath the aero bars. The Ukrainian coach gets very excited, doesn't he? Almost, I'd like to know how many steps he does a day. Sprints his way around those bottom banking all the time, almost following his riders. We're through the opening kilometre. Yaroshenko slightly ahead in a 1:13.072. That's the second fastest time so far today. Van Hove looks to be into this time trial now and is starting to claw this back a little bit. Remember, the top 4 riders will ride for medals in terms of time. Van Hove is starting to turn the pressure on. Yaroshenko, you can see visibly starting to feel this pressure now. Starting to feel the tempo, the gear is starting to get on top of her. Van Hove continues with this relentless cadence, looking superb so far. 2:16. Coming up towards the 2,000 metres point. Van Hove goes through at 2:23.741, the second fastest time of the day so far. Yaroshenko just completed a 1:13 kilometre in comparison to Marit van Hove's 1:10.350. Van Hove now needs to really capitalise on that second kilometre. See if she can up the speed a little bit more. Those shoulders are working hard. Getting some good experience here, the 19-year-old Belgian rider. And we're not too far away from the end of this 3,000 metres. Comes up to the bell for Van Hove. The time to beat is 3:31.649. Van Hove's going to be outside of that time, but looking for the second fastest time of the day. 3:35.819 for Van Hove, an average speed of 50 kilometers an hour, dead on that. 3:42.170 for Yaroshenko, finishes 5th fastest so far. But Marit van Hove, second fastest at 50 kilometers an hour. That's an impressive ride this afternoon. Or still this morning, actually, 11:45. There's confirmation of the places so far. Top 4 riders riding for the medals. Heat 5 will be up next. Vittoria Guazzini, who will be up against the British rider Josie Knight. Guazzini clips into the pedals, 21 years of age. Silver medalist in the team pursuit. Has been a European champion in the Madison. This is Josie Knight on the other side of the track. Guazzini, 21 years of age. Rides for the World Tour team of FDJ Suez Futuroscope. Both these riders underway. Guazzini's just finished the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift. Finished 4th in the youth classification there. Got 6th on a stage as well into Rossheim. A rider who is really strong on the road. 2nd in the European Championship individual time trial under 23 category. Guazzini has been recognised by FDJ as a real future star. She signed a contract with that World Tour team until the end of 2025. Such is their faith in her. Guazzini now putting on the tempo. Josie Knight, the British rider, a member of their team pursuit squad now. Guazzini looks really steady on this bike. Those high aero bars, the high risers, taking the hands up right by the nose so that they can just help slice through the air. 1:11.573. It's the fastest opening kilometre so far. Guazzini looking good. Josie Knight, a 1:12, the 2nd fastest time so far. So both these riders producing a strong performance in this individual pursuit so far. Josie Knight tracking 3rd fastest now behind Labastug, the French rider, but Guazzini is firmly in the driving seat. Guazzini, 1:51.222. We're looking for the 2,000 metres point, which will come up shortly. Both these riders look to be well ahead of the competitors so far. 200 metres to go to the 2,000 metres point. Now's the time for these riders to really build. They don't want to tail off in the last 1,000 metres. Guazzini goes through with a 2:17.942, the fastest ride so far by almost 3 seconds. Josie Knight by almost 2 seconds in 2nd place. So both these riders riding well. For Guazzini's 2nd kilometre, a 1:63.69. Josie Knight's opening kilometre was a 1:12, followed up by a 1:62.13. These two riders pushing each other hard. Monica Greenwood there in the track, looking out for her rider Josie Knight to come round. She'll give her a little bit of information. She's giving her a lot of encouragement here. The top 4 riders will ride for medals. Guazzini coming up to the bell. Still with the fastest time, 3:11 at that point. Knight is not too far behind. This is a good performance by both these riders. Guazzini 3:17 at that point, comes round to complete this individual pursuit in 3:24.503, and Knight with a 3:25.231. The two fastest rides of the day so far. Vittoria Guazzini, the 21-year-old Italian, top of the leaderboards. Guazzini riding superbly. Josie Knight used to ride for Ireland, switched to the Great Britain team, has won a silver medal in the team pursuit in the Olympic Games in Tokyo. Next rider's up on the track, Catherine de Klerk, who will be up against the British rider Anna Morris. These riders underway. Catherine de Klerk up against Anna Morris of Great Britain. Vittoria Guazzini has set the standard for everyone to beat, a 3:24.503. Anna Morris, another member now of this team pursuit squad for Great Britain. De Klerk just settling in. Anna Morris has that style, the head absolutely rock solid, right down on the bars almost. So concentrated the way she rides. Concentration of both these riders. Anna Morris comes from Cardiff in the UK. Kenny De Ketelaere there showing the boards. They've gone through the opening kilometre. Anna Morris with a 1:11.675, just outside the time of Vittoria Guazzini. Anna Morris has just ridden the Commonwealth Games. She was first noticed when she started riding for Southampton University, just round the corner from my home. And now really is piling the pressure on as she catches De Klerk in front of her and goes on. Studying to be a doctor, Anna Morris. Looking to now set the fastest time. The time to beat is a 3:24.503. Coming up towards that 2,000 metres point. Morris has gone past De Klerk and is firing away now and is the fastest rider on the track so far. Beating Guazzini's 3 times so far. fact, now just very close yet, just top of the leaderboard still for Anna Morris. She needs to just keep this pressure on all the way to the end of this ride. De Klerk is going to keep hanging on for a good time to try and be in one of those top places. But remember, the top 4 riders will ride for the medals. Anna Morris has held that position superbly throughout this entire performance. The time to beat, a 3:24.503. Starting to feel the tempo a little bit now, Anna Morris. Pushing on towards the end of this ride. 3:24.503 is the time to beat for Anna Morris as she makes her way to the conclusion of this ride and has faded a little bit over the final laps. 3:26.307, third fastest time for Anna Morris. Average speed 52.3 kilometers an hour. Confirmation then that Morris is in that top 4. Whether she'll remain there, we'll have to wait and see. There's some big name riders to come. But at one point she was firmly ahead of Guarzini. She just started to fade. She went through the 2,000 meters point, nearly a second faster than Guarzini.
Das deutsche Patent hat erarbeitet und bearbeitet. Und in den letzten Runden spielt sie hin und her im Zehntelsekundenbereich. Der ist auf den letzten 2, 3 Runden hat dann der Firma Ausdeutsche eben auch diese Ausdauersportart.
6 heats completed.
Der das einfach ausschlagen lassen.
10 heats in total. Top 4 riders will ride for gold, silver and bronze. Next up on the track, the Italian rider Silvia Zanardi up against Tania Calvo. Zanardi, of course, a member of that Team Pursuit squad from yesterday. Tania Calvo used to be known more of a sprinter, silver medalist in the European Championship sprint. Top 3 riders at the moment: Guarzini, Knight and Morris. Underway in heat number 7 of the women's individual pursuit qualification. They're going to settle into their rhythm now. Silvia Zanardi, 22 years of age, from Italy. Silver medalist in the points race and the team pursuit in the European Championships in her career. She's been the under-23 European road race champion, though. Just settling into the opening laps. Tania Calvo really transforming herself into an endurance pursuiter. Opening 1,000 meters for Zanardi, 1:13.049. It's the 5th fastest time that we've seen so far. see there the coach giving those lap times for the rider, who can then compute how they're doing against their schedule. Some of the coaches will show lap boards with timings on them. Other coaches like to just walk the line, as you've seen. The British coach, as she goes a bit more old school, walking the line. The Italian coach likes to give a bit of data. But Zanardi is catching Calvo already. She's almost up there on the back wheel of the Spanish rider. Zanardi very, very comfortable at this sort of tempo. She needs to up the pace a little bit. She's outside the time of the top 3 riders so far, but once we get to 2,000 meters, we'll get an indication as to whether she starts to accelerate. She just goes through with a 2:26.62. That's the 4th fastest time we've seen through 2,000 meters. So Zanardi needs to find a little bit more speed now. Anna Morris, though, she went through in 2:17.010 and then really felt it in the final kilometre. Let's see whether Zanardi can find a little bit more tempo. She doesn't look like she's fading at all, does she? She looks still very, very comfortable. Tanya Calvo just holding on at the moment. Zanardi continues. Really kicking those gears over right now. Looks good, looks comfortable. The time of Zanardi, let's see what it's going to be. And it's a 3:28.500. 4th fastest time for the Italian Zanardi. 3 more heats to go in the women's individual pursuit qualification.
Für die 8. Paarung Fabian Rubi aus der Schweiz und Dani Engelfeld aus den Niederlanden bereiten sich auf den Startchor. Die Startmaschinen zum Einsatz.
Next 2 riders up on the track. Fabienne Bury of Switzerland, Daniek Hengeveld of the Netherlands. These 2 riders underway. Mozzini still top of the leaderboards. Fabienne Bury of Switzerland. Let's see what these 2 riders can produce as far as the time is concerned. Fabienne Bury rides for the Andy Schleck team on the road. 23 years of age. A number of the Swiss riders ride for that team, based in Luxembourg. Burry was 5th in the national championship time trial. He's had a good road season so far. The opening kilometre fastest time is a 1:11.573. We'll see how these two riders compare. The opening kilometre of Hengeveld then 1:12.968. Fifth fastest time through the opening kilometre. Now she needs to see whether she can up the tempo a little bit. Daniel Hengeveld. These two riders heading now towards the 2,000 metres point. They go through the 2,000 metres point. Hengeveld in 2:20.502. She's there or thereabouts, around about the time of Zanardi, just ahead of the 4th place rider at the moment. Hengeveld has had some junior European titles back in 2019. Time to roll a little bit on this bike as she tries to close the gap on Fabienne Burry. Time to beat is a 3:24.503. She closes in then on Fabienne Burry as she gets the bell. Danielle Hengeveld, to get inside the top 4, you need a 3:28.500. The time of Silvia Zanardi. And Hengeveld reaches the line in a 3:28.233, goes 4th fastest. 4th fastest time then for the Dutch rider, Daniel Hengeveld, with 2 more heats left to run. She'll be pleased with that performance. This track is running pretty quickly. Earlier on today, we saw Emma Hinze ride that 500-metre time trial qualification, and if you look back in the history books, Emma Hinze's time was 0.012, just outside the sea level world record at 500 metres. So this track is riding very quickly. Two more heats remain in the women's individual pursuit qualification. Some big name riders to appear on the track. The top 4 at this moment in time: Vittoria Guazzini, Italy; Josie Knight of Great Britain; Anna Morris of Great Britain; Danielle Hengeveld of the Netherlands. Hengeveld very pleased with that performance. Whether she remains in the top 2, the top 4 remains to be seen. Onto the track now, Mika Kroger, Olympic champion of the team pursuit, European champion yesterday in the team pursuit, world champion of the team pursuit, the bronze medalist in the World Championships in the individual pursuit in 2021, up against Marion Boras, silver medalist in the European Championships in the individual pursuit in her career. Both these riders have the speed in the legs to go to the top of the leaderboards. The time to beat to get in the top four, 3:28.233. Both these riders capable of doing that. Let's see how they progress. Kroger on a massive gear, taking a little bit of time to get that gear rolling. 9th fastest at the moment. Don't worry about that. That will start to speed up. Boras, 2nd fastest. Kroger, slowly but surely, hauling back everybody. 8th fastest now. The German fans getting behind Mika Kroger. This is the penultimate heat in this women's individual pursuit qualification. Boras still ahead. Kroger now 6th fastest. Boras is looking pretty rapid already on this track. The top 4 riders will compete for the medals. Come up to the 1,000 meters point, and they go through there with some pretty rapid times. Boras in at 1:11.252, the 1st and 5th fastest time. 1:11.252 is the fastest time we've seen so far today. Marion Boras looking strong. Mika Kroger really now will get on top of that gear and is now going even faster. 4th fastest time for Mika Kroger. Boras dropping away a little bit. 2nd fastest time. Kroger has just got this relentless, powerful pedaling style. You can see now where she's right on top of the rhythm, really on top of the gear, how easily those pedals are kicking over. Boras is fighting it. She's gone out very, very fast. Let's see whether Kroger starts to overtake Boras. That is going to happen pretty soon. Kroger now goes ahead with a 2:10. We're coming up to the 2,000 meters point. 2:17.416 for Mika Kroger. 2:17.485 for Marion Boras. Boras is paying now for that early effort. You can see how much it's starting to hurt. Kroger is 2nd fastest. Kroger now goes top. Boras is dropping away. Those shoulders are rocking all over the place. She just went a little bit too hard in the opening phase of this individual pursuit. There's that fine line between holding it and dropping off a cliff. And Boras is now out of the top 4. Mika Kroger continues with the tempo. Gets the bell now. She's looking to set the fastest time. The fastest time is a 3:24.503 by Vittoria Guazzini. And Kroger is on tempo to do that. Hits the finish line now, 3:23.569, top of the leaderboard. Boras is 5th fastest. Mika Kroger, 53.1 kilometers an hour, smashes the time of Guazzini and goes to the top of the leaderboards. Superb racing by Mika Kroger. Last little bit of instruction for Lisa Brennauer in the track centre. She will be the last rider to go. Top 4 riders now: Mika Kroger, Vittoria Guazzini, Josie Knight, Anna Morris. In the World Championships last year, the German trio of Brennauer, Braus and Kroger took all 3 medals. Lisa Brennauer was the world champion. Franziska Braus took second. Kroger took third. And that was a painful finish for Marian Boras, who finishes fifth at the moment. The last two riders appear on the track in the women's individual pursuit qualification. The world champion in the rainbow bands, Lisa Brennauer. Up against, on the other side of the track, the Irish rider Kelly Murphy. Brennauer against Murphy. The top four riders fight for the medals. At the moment it's Kroger, Guazzini, Knight and Morris. Kelly Murphy, a bronze medalist in the European Championship team pursuit. She settles into her rhythm. Lisa Brennauer, Olympic champion of the team pursuit, world champion of the time trial, world champion of the team pursuit and individual pursuit. Twice the European champion at individual pursuit. This rider has done it all in this discipline. The time to beat for Lisa Brennauer, 3:23.569. What is the qualification time going to be of both these riders? To get in the top four, you need a 3:26.307, held by Anna Morris of Great Britain. Brennauer is looking really quick. That position is absolutely dialed. Comes up to the opening 1,000 meters with a 1:10.297, the fastest time of the day so far. Brennauer already closing in on Kelly Murphy. Murphy doing well to hold off the world champion. Brennauer looks so quick, doesn't she? So impressive from the world champion. That bike absolutely dialed as well. Looks fast, doesn't it? Looks like you would get on it and it would feel quick. Brennauer up against Kelly Murphy. Murphy sixth fastest at the moment. Mika Kroger's time at the 2,000 meters was 2:17.416. Not the fastest time through 2,000. That was Anna Morris in 2:17.010. But Brennauer goes through there with a 2:15.062. Brennauer 2 seconds faster than Mika Kroger. This is a really quick performance by the world champion. Now she's closing in on Kelly Murphy, who went through in 2:18.128. Murphy is still in with a shout here of being in the top places overall. She's producing a very, very good individual pursuit. And Brennauer is trying to catch her before the finish line. Only a couple of laps remain. The time to beat, 3:23.569. Brennauer is going to be pretty close to that. Murphy has still not been caught. The Irish rider has ridden superbly. Brennauer gets the bell. Murphy continues. Brennauer's time, what is it going to be? She's going to come up and close off this individual pursuit qualification. Brennauer reaches the line, 3:21.138, top of the leaderboard. Murphy hits the line now in a 3:26.362, sixth fastest for Kelly Murphy. Brennauer, 53.7 kilometers an hour. Job done, top of the leaderboard, qualifies for the individual pursuit as the world champion. There's our top four riders. Brennauer, Kroger, Guazzini and Knight will fight it for the medals. It will be a German final for the gold. Italy against Great Britain for the bronze. There was qualification for the finals. Lisa Brennauer then, time for her to go away and recover in time for the final. Job well done by those two riders. Little gap, and then we're going to move on to the men's individual pursuit qualification. Eleven heats this time in the men's qualification. And here's a rundown of the riders looking to qualify. Again, the fastest two riders will race for gold. Third and fourth place riders will race for the bronze medal. First up on the track will be the Frenchman on his own, Valentin Tabellion, European champion of the team pursuit yesterday. 4,000 meters on the track for the men. Valentin Tabellion rolls out of the starting gate. Tabellion into this individual pursuit. 23 years of age, rides for the Roubaix-Lyon Metropole team on the road, a very well-known French road team. Based around the Roubaix Velodrome, the famous velodrome of the Paris-Roubaix. Last season finished 14th in Paris Tour, which is a race well known around what we call the Chemin de Vigne, around the vineyard roads. Paris Tour used to be a race for the sprinters, but more recently, in the last few years, have been changed to encourage a different kind of rider to take part. So the riders race firstly on the tarmac down towards Tours from Paris, then take themselves onto the gravel vineyard roads through all the famous vineyards in that particular region of Tours, around Vouvray and the other places. Tabellion is one of those riders who's ridden well in it. You really do have to have a little bit of luck, but you've also got to be able to ride strangely off-road, because this rider likes to ride on the smooth tracks. Tabellion's got through the 1,000 metres point in 1:08.337 just to open up this individual pursuit. He's going to continue to the 2,000 metres point very shortly. He has got the fastest time, of course, setting the standard for everyone else to beat. Coming up to the midway point for the Frenchman. 2,000 metres in 2:10.760. Concentrating well, holding that bike down on that black line. If you just follow the transitions of the riders, sometimes in the individual pursuit they'll just go slightly up to the red just before the turn, come back down onto the black, but where possible they'll try and hold that black line as much as they possibly can, because that's where the track is 3D measured. 200 metres, 0.006 is the length around the bottom, 240 metres around the fence at the top. Tabellion just continuing with this effort. Later on in the rides, we're going to have the likes of Claudio Imhoff, Charlie Tanfield. We'll be looking to confirm their place in the last four. Tabellion has just ridden a 1:03 kilometre. He opened up with a 1:08, then a 1:2.423, then a 1:3.994. So he steadied up a little bit through that third kilometre of racing. Tabellion with some good music in the background to keep him motivated. Heading up towards the 4,000 metre points. Let's see what this time is going to be for the Frenchman to set the standard for everyone else to beat. There's a little bit of movement now in the head. Under a bit of pressure now as he makes his way to the conclusion of this 4,000 metres individual pursuit. Tabellion comes around and finishes in 4:22.389. The average speed of that ride, 54.9. Rode a 1:07 for the last kilometre, so really did feel the heat and the intensity of that ride in that last kilometre of racing.
In einer Stunde auf dem Velodrom in Munich. Der Schweiz unterwegs war und letztes Jahr in der Europameisterschaft auf der Bahn stattgefunden haben. Jetzt noch 2 Kilometer für Portugal.
Valentin Tabellion, you could see just how much that was hurting. Our second heat up on the track. Two riders, one from the Netherlands. This is Brian Meschens. Brian Meschens of the Netherlands, clipping himself into the pedals. The riders don't need the straps around the pedals like they do in the team sprint. It's much less of a powerful start out of the start gate this time. It's more of a rollout. Daniel Dias, 21 years of age, from Portugal. Underway in that red, white and green kit, just looking to kick that gear over. Twice second in the Portuguese under-23 national championships. Finished second this year in the under-23 national championships. Settling himself into his rhythm. European champion last time was Jonathan Milan, now an Olympic champion in the team pursuit. Claudio Imhoff was in third place. Imhoff will be one of the last riders to take to the start today. The World Championship, none of the riders here in the top three. Ashton Lambie, who holds the world record for this individual pursuit at a blistering 3:59.930. Second place in the World Championships was Jonathan Milan, and third place was Filippo Ganna. Through the opening 1,000 metres, with Meschens posting the fastest time so far at 1:08.054. Brian Meschens continues with this individual pursuit. Meschens now 32 years of age. Did start his career as a road rider, rode for the Rabobank team a few years back in 2012. Took a big break from cycling until 2021. This year finished 8th in the National Time Trial Championships of the Netherlands, and he's about to catch Daniel Dias. Meschens is posting some good times here. Goes through the 2,000 metres in 2:08.824. The fastest time so far, beats Valentin Tabellion, and that's a good time at Tabellion's. Brian Meschens, having overtaken Dias, is now trying to take the tempo a little bit further. Open up the gap. The Portuguese rider, though, is going to fight it. Meschens top of the leaderboard so far. We'll see where he goes through the 3,000 metres point. See what sort of time he can post there. See the really high risers on those skis that he lies on there on the front of the bike, through the 3,000 metres point in a 3:10.678. Significantly faster than Tabellion. Has just gone through with a kilometre at 2,000 metres of 1:00.770, and a 3,000 metres point, another kilometre of 1:01.854. So he's slowing down a little bit, but not significantly. Brian Measures then down the back straight. Let's see what his time is going to be. Measures then starting to feel the pace, but finishes with a very, very good time. 4:15.460. That is very impressive by Brian Measures. Brian Measures, who rode for that Rabobank team, took a big break. Decided, rather than going to be a professional rider, which he would have been in that Rabobank team, to go away and study. He opened his own cafe at the bottom of the Kauberg, the famous Kauberg in Valkenburg in 2018, called Fixed Gear Coffee. And he's also opened a second one in Maastricht. So a rider who has come back to cycling. His first aim was to ride the Elite Dutch Time Trial Championships, which he did. And now in the European Championships. So that initial spark, that initial promise is being translated at 32 years of age at the very highest level. Brian Measures, top of the leaderboard, 4:15.460. Next up on the track, Brent van Mulders up against this Israeli rider, Vladislav Lozhinov. Now, is his moustache better than the Polish moustache? Underway for both these riders, Brent van Mulders, Vladislav Lozhinov. Time to beat is a very quick 4:15.460 by Brian Measures, who has set a standard that I think is going to be pretty hard to touch. Let's see how the rest of the riders do as this contest continues. Top 4 riders will fight it out for the medals. Brent van Mulders into his stride now, 21 years of age. This rider's pretty neck and neck at the moment. Van Mulders starting to just slide a little bit ahead now of Lozhinov, the Israel rider. Van Mulders finished 14th in the National Road Race Championships at under 23 this season. Really has that traditional road time trial style, doesn't he? Really riding really well on this track now. Lozhinov in 5th place, Van Mulders in 3rd. Lozhinov choosing this very flared aero hat, which many people say is without doubt the most aerodynamic helmet you can wear. Many of the riders, given the opportunity, would choose this in this sort of discipline to be able to slice through the air. developed by the manufacturer POC, who interestingly are now developing an aero hat and a hat for road bikes that has some more crash protection in it, so it has an airbag in it. They've just started some major tests with that. Lozhinov continuing with the tempo. They've gone through 2,000 meters, 2:14 for Van Mulders, which is about 6 seconds slower than Mezhins. He's the third fastest time so far. Needs to up the tempo a little bit further in order to put himself in the top 4 by the end of this competition. Catches the Israel rider Lozhinov and goes past. Very difficult for the rider who's caught because you're not allowed to draft behind the other rider, but on this sort of track, what do? You're supposed to drop back about 10 meters. Coming up towards the 3,000 meters point now and going through in 3:18.623. Van Mulders now the 4th fastest time out of the riders so far. He really needs to find a little bit more speed to move himself back up the standings. He was originally looking like he would be maybe the 3rd fastest, but he's dropping away a little. Van Mulders, who's the fastest rider in this heat. There'll be 11 heats in total. This is heat number 3. It looks like it is hurting this afternoon. Brent Van Mulders heading towards the conclusion of this race. 200 meters to go. Gets the bell. Let's see what his time is going to be. Brent Van Mulders, the Belgian rider, 21 years of age, coming up to the finish line and hits the line now with a 4:27.012. 4th place so far. Lozhinov completes his ride in 4:37.148, 5th place in this individual pursuit qualification. Heat number 3 then doesn't produce the fastest time. Ryan Mezhins' time, 56.4 kilometers an hour, so he's 2 kilometers an hour nearly faster than the 2nd place rider. Claudiu Imhoff, who finished 3rd last time in 2021, he will go in the 9th heat. He'll be up against Daniel Christer of Romania. Robin Skivild, the Danish rider, will go in the 6th heat against Kasper Majewski of Poland. Next riders up on the track, Alon Jožev and Jamie Romero. Jamie Romero in the white jersey with the yellow and red of Spain, up against Alon Jožev, riding for the Israel team. Jamie Romero, 20 years of age, from Spain. Settling into the rhythm, the time to beat is a 4:15.460. You'll notice on the back of the riders, they've got these little pouches now which carry the numbers to help the airflow over the back of the rider. Jamie Romero in the Spanish colours. A nice style on the bike, keeps the cadence nice and high. Has a bit of a long position with the hands. The riders now, the trend really is to come up a little bit higher on the risers, so that you then tuck the head in between the shoulders so they're much more slipstreamed, and that's the kind of style you can see there of Jamie Romero. So much work being done on aerodynamics, these riders going into wind tunnels where possible, but now some technology being developed where the riders can ride in a velodrome and have sensors put on the bikes and on themselves that then can help them understand changes in position that might make them a little bit more aerodynamic. A lot of work being done in that area right now. They've gone through the 2,000 metre point. Jamie Romero, 2:14.362. A respectable performance, lying 5th overall at the moment through that place. Alon Georgiev finding the tempo just a little bit hard here. He's being hunted down by Jamie Romero. And it looks like Romero is going to catch the rider in front of him. Closing in then. Just getting and edging closer. Jamie Romero really struggling to close the gap on Georgiev just in front of him. Finding those last few meters a little bit tricky. Georgiev is fighting on. Romero, who was traveling significantly faster. He'll want to try and get past Georgiev before the race finishes. 4:15.460 is the time to beat. They're not going to beat that time. The time of Brian Mezgens is pretty impressive. They get the bell this time. Romero certainly is going to be the faster rider. And finishes in a time of 4:26.499, 54 kilometers an hour. 4th fastest for Jamie Romero through that 4,000 meters. Alon Georgiev, the 6th fastest time. Here's confirmation of the top 4. Mezgens, Tabellion, Diaz and Romero currently sitting in those places.
sind fünfte von insgesamt 11 Paarungen in der 4000 Meter Qualifikationsläufe. Das ist dann auch im ersten Block heute Vormittag am Samstag hier in der Besser als European Championships 2022.
We're getting ready for heat number 5 of the men's individual pursuit qualification. Next up on the track will be Thibaut Bernard of Belgium against Vasilis Kornelovs of Latvia. Vasilis Kornelovs, who prepared for his individual pursuit today by having Vietnamese food last night with Tom Scoynes from the Trek Segafredo team. Thibaut Bernard just struggling to remember how to get onto his bike in the starting gate. Heat number 5 about to get underway. Thibaut Bernard against Vasilis Kornelovs. Bernard in the turquoise, Kornelovs in the wine-coloured kit of Latvia. Big start from both these riders. Thibaut Bernard rides for the Binguel Pal Sources team, Belgian squad. Has a contract with them to the end of 2022, the 19-year-old rider. Has had a difficult season, a lot of races he's not been able to finish. Vasilis Kornelovs on the other side of the track. So the time to beat, a 4:15.460. It's 7 seconds almost faster than the second place time, which is that of Valentin Tabellion of France, who was the first rider to take to the start. Bernard, third fastest so far. Looking pretty strong. Vasilis Kornelovs in that Latvian kit. Bernard is already in the same straight as him. We've gone through the 1,000 metres in 1:09.293. Third fastest time for Bernard. 1:11.838 for Kornelovs. Not the fastest opening 1,000 metres for the Latvian, the slowest time so far. Settling himself into this rhythm now, but Bernard is really forcing it and coming across to the back wheel of the Latvian rider. Both these riders need to continue though, it's all about time. Look at the speed, the way Bernard has just rushed into the slipstream and past the Latvian rider on the front as they make their way round the track. Bernard just has the measure of this track, as you can see. He's coming up to the 2,000 metres point. Midway point, 2:12.397. Third fastest time so far. Just opened up a 1.3 kilometre. Would need to travel a lot faster than that to get close to the time of Brian Measures. difficult when you've caught the rider in front of you. You've now got to concentrate again. You don't have that carrot to chase anymore. Also, the air will feel a little bit different because with the rider, as you close in on them, you will be steadily being rushed into their slipstream. And once you go past, you're then creating your own turbulence. Coming up to the 3,000 meters point for both these riders. Thibaut Bernard finished 8th in the Chrono de Nation for juniors back in 2021. Not long out of the junior ranks. Goes through the 3,000 meters in 3:15.475, so he is holding that third place. Kenny de Ketelaere urging him on. de Ketelaere, so experienced as a rider. World champion of the Madison in Melbourne in 2012. 3 times a European champion. As the Latvian rider gets caught for the 2nd time, Bernard is kicking on to see what time he can produce. This is an impressive ride by this young rider from Belgium, as he completes this ride in 4:19.761, goes into 2nd place. Very consistent all the way through. Kilometers of 13:13:14. And Kornilov's feeling the pressure as he gets to the line now in 4:43. 9th fastest for Kornilov's at this stage in the competition, at the end of heat number 5 of 11.
Aus Dänemark und Kasper sind die nächsten 2 Starter. Dänemark und Polen sind die Nationen, die auf der Bahn gefahren sind.
Great to see riders like Kenny de Ketelaere passing on their experience to these young riders now as coaches. De Ketelaere's got so much to pass on, hasn't he? So many wins in 6 days, paired with the best riders in the world. As we go now to the start of the next heat. This is heat number 6 with Robin Skiveld, silver medalist in the team pursuit yesterday. Kasper Majewski now getting onto his bike. Robin Skiveld, the rider who normally in the Danish team does the opening kilometre and then peels off. So let's see how he now performs in this discipline of 4,000 metres. The start then of Robin Skivild. Expect a fast opening 1,000 meters. He's got to hold it back a little bit. Majewski now underway. Time to beat is a 4:15.460. The top 4 riders will go for the medal. So Daniel Diaz of Portugal still holding on to that 4th place in a 4:22.428. We'll see how these riders settle into this opening 1,000 meters. Skivild has actually started very steadily, which is a surprise. 5th fastest. Majewski is the faster at this moment in time. Coming up to the 1,000 meters point very shortly. Skivild and Majewski. Majewski goes through in a 1:8.909. Skivild in 1:9.249. That's a respectable time by Majewski. 3rd fastest so far. Skivild with the 4th fastest time at this point so far. Now we'll see whether the Danish rider has held something back, knowing that he normally starts quickly and then starts to ramp up the tempo a little. Probably the schedule will allow for that. Skivild has a really dialed position, doesn't he? He looks superb. Nothing is moving apart from the metronomic legs. Looks pretty relaxed on that bike. Now starting to move. 3rd fastest. We'll get a really good idea at 2,000 meters how the schedule of Skivild is looking. Goes through in a 2:11.965, slightly faster than Majewski. He's down by 3 seconds on the time of Brian Mezgens at the top of the leaderboard, but he has got the 3rd fastest time at 2,000 meters. Slightly slower than Valentin Tabellion. Majewski going ahead again, refusing to give in. This is an interesting tussle between these 2 riders. Remember, it's against the track though. They are looking to set the fastest time. So once we get this heat out of the way, then we start to see the names that we would have said were the race favourites. But Skivild, I think you would count amongst the race favourites as well. 3,000 meters. Majewski still ahead, 3:14.996. 3rd fastest time at that point. Very consistent in his kilometers. The last kilometer 1:3.061, followed by 1:3.026. That's a metronomic style, isn't it? Majewski pushes himself back in the saddle a little, now moving into 2nd place. So this is going to be a very good individual pursuit by Majewski. Comes up to the bell. The fight between these 2 riders. Skivild has not translated his speed over the end of this course. Majewski still heading towards 2nd place as he reaches the line now in a 4:18.864, 2nd fastest time, 55.6 kilometers an hour. Robin Skivild, 4th fastest, 4:21.83.803. Heat number 7 up on the track. Thomas Denis riding for France. Member of that European Championship Team Pursuit winning squads. Up against the Italian David Plebani. To get in the top 4, you now need 4:21.803. These two riders racing off the start line. Thomas Denis should be the faster rider in this duo, but let's see how this unfolds. Denis is already slightly ahead in the opening 500 meters of this race. Pretty neck and neck between these two. And Plebani now starting to go a little bit quicker on that very bling Pinarello bike. And Plebani's gone through and is going to go through this opening kilometre potentially with the fastest time. Let's take a look. Second fastest time, 1:08.159, just outside the time of Brian Measons, the current leader. Thomas Denis goes through in a 1:08.424, so both those riders with really fast times. Second and fourth fastest time through that point. Now they'll settle into their rhythm through the 2,000 meters, trying not to pull themselves too far forward in that saddle, so they keep having to push themselves back, and to be just nice and steady in that saddle. Heading towards the midway point very soon. And Plebani is now travelling a lot quicker than the Frenchman. This is a little bit of a turn up for the form. Plebani looking good through the 2,000 meters in 2:09.770, which is less than a second outside the time of Brian Measons. Plebani, 26 years of age, from Lombardy in Italy. Been a bronze medalist in the individual pursuit in the World Championships. That was back in 2019. Heading towards the 3,000 meters point now, and he is catching the Frenchman, which is a bit of a surprise. Maybe Thomas Denis has not recovered from the team pursuiting. He goes past. Plebani is absolutely on a mission. 3:10.687, which is just a touch outside the time of Brian Measons. By 0.009 of a second. Plebani now goes fastest. Can he now translate this to the fastest time at the end of 4,000 meters? The Italian has really ripped it around this track. David Plebani could be about to go top of the leaderboards. Keeps pushing on. Come on, Denis really suffering, you can see that. Plebani now, is he going to set the fastest time? 4:12, 4:12. He blitzes the time of Brian Measures. 4:12, 4:12, 57 kilometers an hour. That is a very impressive individual pursuit by the Italian. .412, 4:12 by David Plebani.
Die schnellste Zeit nach 3000 Metern und eben noch wertvoller die schnellste Zeit nach 4 Kilometern. Noch schnellste Zeit dann hier immer.
Der Fortschritt kann aber noch die Zeit Franzosen Nummer Berlin. 9. Platz mit 4 Minuten 26,776. Im 8. Lauf treten an der Spanier und die Schweiz Switzerland
Plebani then and 4:12, 4:12. Just to put things into perspective as far as the times are concerned at sea level, as a world record or a world best would be concerned, the current fastest time at sea level is 4:19.34, held by Filippo Ganna. In 2020 he did that in Berlin. Eighth heat coming up. Up on the track, Eric Martorell against Valerie Thibault. Valerie Thibault of Switzerland. Both these riders underway. Eric Martorell, 24 years of age. National track champion at Omnium Individual Pursuit and the Elimination race. Scored a medal in the Nations Cup. Took the silver medal in the Elimination race in Hong Kong in 2021. Valerie Thibault, the Swiss rider, the fastest time to beat now is 4:12, 4:12. Fourth place would be 4:19.761 to put yourself in with a chance of riding for the medals. Top four at the moment: Plebani of Italy, Measures of Netherlands, Majewski of the Polish team, Bernard of Belgium is the fourth place rider. Coming up to the 1,000 meters point for both these riders. And they are neck and neck, aren't they? Thibault just a touch faster in sixth place. 1:08.988. Martorell now starting to move a little bit quicker on this track. Trying to up the tempo a little bit more. Fifth fastest for Martorell, sixth for Thibault. Not far now from the 2,000 meters, one lap to go to the midway point in this individual pursuit. through the 2,000 metres for Martorell in 2:11.540. Thibaut just slightly ahead at 2:11.395. They've both just done kilometres of 1:2. Martorell, who rides for the Manuela Fundación in Spain. That's the sponsor that nearly took over the bike exchange team, and then there was a big fallout about it, and they ultimately didn't. So now they have their own continental team in Spain. Heading towards the 3,000 metres point. Still pretty tight between these two riders, but just remember they are riding against the track and time, not necessarily against each other, although it can urge them on a little bit. Third fastest time for Thibaut at this point as they go through 3,000 metres. 3:15.374 for Martorell, 3:13.710 for Valery Thibaut, who is consistent in his times. He's just ridden a 1:24.07 and a 1:23.15 for his splits. Keeping the momentum, keeping the form, keeping the shape. Not long until they get the bell. Thibaut is starting to really up the tempo now. This is impressive from the Swiss rider, who's suddenly closing in on Martorell. Thibaut finishes in 4:15.579. Third fastest time for the Swiss rider. Thibaut is in the medal ride-offs at the moment. Martorell down in 7th place, 4:22.020. Thibaut's average speed, 56.3. And there's confirmation at the moment that Pabani, Mezgens, Thibaut and Majewski are the 4 riders who would ride for the medals if we stopped everything right now. 3 more heats to come. Pabani, top of the leaderboard, 4:12.412, 57 kilometers an hour. Our next 2 riders are already up on the track. Daniel Christa here from Romania. And Claudio Imhoff on the other side of the track, a bronze medalist in this discipline in 2021. Underway for both these riders. The best-known rider in this duo is Claudio Imhoff. He's got a World Championship bronze medal in the scratch race. Many medals in the European Championships. 3 silvers, 4 bronzes. Rides the 6-day circuit as well, Claudio Imhoff. 31 years of age now for Switzerland. Imhoff will want to make sure that he's in this medal ride-off, give himself a chance of another medal in the European Championships. see how this opening 1,000 meters goes. Through that in 1:10.041 for Imhoff. Krista riding well. Imhoff slightly ahead though. 10th fastest for Imhoff. He needs to try and find a little bit more speed if he can. Had a long injury after a big crash. Started to work his way back now. Can Imhoff now find a little bit more speed? He had a really bad crash on the track in Grenchen. It's good to see him back here and racing. Had a lot of dizziness, headaches, nausea after really hitting his head badly at the beginning of the year. Broke his nose in that crash as well. So Imhoff coming back now into the top 4. This is a good return. Now into the top 3 for Imhoff. Coming up towards the 3,000 meters point. And that big crash that he had in Grenchen was taking all year to recover. But if he could get himself into the medals here, it would be a wonderful return. Imhoff now closing in on Daniel Krista. With this performance, Imhoff now goes ahead very, very slightly, goes forward. 3:19.146 for Daniel Krista, 3:13.339 for Claudio Imhoff. Great to see the Swiss rider back at top level here. Can Claudio Imhoff get himself into the top 2 here? If he can get himself into the medal ride-off, I think this would really make his season. Coming up towards the 4,000 meters point for both these riders. Claudio Imhoff, 1 lap of racing to go. Claudio Imhoff now heading towards the conclusion of this individual pursuit. Looking good. Can he get himself inside the top 4 riders? Imhoff finishes in 4:15.692. Good enough for 4th place. Claudio Imhoff back on track. Great ride by Claudio Imhoff, the Swiss rider, with an average speed of 56.3 kilometers an hour. The Barney stays top of the leaderboards with only 2 heats remaining.
In der Qualifikation einer Verfolgung European Championships 2022 in München.
The top 4 at the moment then, David Plebani with a 4:12.412. Brian Measures in 2nd for the Netherlands. Valerie Thibault of Switzerland in 3rd. And Claudio Imhoff of Switzerland in 4th place. They can be unseated by the final 2 heats. Still top of the leaderboard, this Italian rider, David Plebani. Looking at this, I think he's pretty assured of being in the medals. Next up on the track, Tobias Buck-Gramco, who's finished 6th in the Olympic Games in the team pursuit. And he's going to be up against Manlio Moro. Underway for both these riders. Settling into the rhythm. Got Gramco with that really high position at the front on that aero bike. Traditional Italian style of Manlio Moro. Looks so like Filippo Ganna's style, doesn't it? The way that they have these high rises on the bike. Let's see how these two riders do. To get inside the top 4, you need to beat a 4:15.692. Getting up towards the 1 kilometre point, and Moro is flying. Already faster than David Plebani at this point in the race. Through 1,000 metres in 1:77.48, which is the fastest time by 0.4 of a second. But Gramco is riding around about 5th place at the moment, needs to find a little bit more speed. Remember, if you're just joining us now, fastest 2 riders will ride for gold and silver. The 3rd and 4th place riders will ride for the bronze. This is the penultimate heat of the qualification of the men's individual pursuit. Manlio Moro looking good so far. Moro rides for the Zalf Euromobile team. Coming up to the 2,000 metres, they've just gone through in a 2:9.111. Moro is faster than Plebani so far. This is a tough contest between these two, pushing each other on. Moro now starting to slow though. 2nd fastest time. Has he gone out a little bit too hard? Now the pace really starts to hurt. But Gramco is looking strong. He's getting on top of that gear, riding very consistently at the moment. The 3,000 metres is going to be the telling point of this contest. Moro now 2nd fastest. But Gramco still holding on. They're coming up towards the 3,000 metres point. And Moro now goes ahead again. 3,000 metres, comes up now, 3:10.416, just ahead of Plebani. 3:13 for Buck Gramco. He's dropping away a little bit. He's outside the time of Claudio Imhoff. Moro still top of the leaderboard as he kicks on through these final laps. He really is on top of this gear. Looks like he's working well. He's closing in on Buck Gramco as well, who's dropping away outside the top 4 places. So the German rider is not going to get into the medals. Moro giving this everything, still top of the leaderboard. The average speed of Plebani was 57 kilometers an hour. Only a couple of laps now remain. Moro drops away again a little bit, 2nd fastest. Comes up to the bell. The time to beat's a 4:12.412. And Moro looks like he is hauling himself now over this last lap. The legs are giving out. Moro reaches the line, 2nd fastest time, 4:13.166. Plebani, a little bit emotional in the middle of the track there. Plebani leads Morrow second place. It means that Plebani will ride in the finals. No matter what happens, he will be riding for a medal. A little bit emotional, Plebani. It means a lot, doesn't it? To be able to get into the European Championship to ride for a medal. He's got a chance of some colour. The question now is, which colour will it be? Imhoff has dropped out. He's now 5th at the moment. There he is. The bronze medalist of last year, a tough season, but he showed a lot of class in that performance today. The Italian caught by Fred Marini, a former professional rider, now the therapist of the Italian team. The last two riders appear on the track. Nicholas Heinrich, junior world champion of the team pursuit. On the other side of the track, a world champion of the team pursuit in 2018, Charlie Tanfield, bronze in the team pursuit yesterday. This is the last of our heats. To get into the top 4, you need to ride faster than a 4:15.579. You need to average over 56.3 kilometers an hour. This is all about who rides for gold, silver and bronze. At the moment, 2 Italians are in the top places, riding for gold and silver, Plebani and Morrow. Will one of these riders, or both of these riders, beat those times? The fastest time, a 4:12.412. Heinrich goes through the fastest opener. Tanfield in 3rd. Heinrich is looking like he is absolutely flying right now. Tanfield still 3rd fastest at this point in the race. Early stages of this 4,000 metres. Now they're going 1st and 2nd. They could well ride for gold and silver. 1,000 metres in 1:73.11 and 1:73.81. The 2 fastest times that we've seen so far. The calibre of these 2 riders in pursuiting is high. Are they going to really extinguish the hopes of Plebani and Morrow in riding for gold and silver? At the moment, it looks like it. Still 1st and 2nd. Tanfield now goes quicker. Tanfield, a member of the squad that included Dan Bigham, who will go for the world hour record in a couple of months' time. They were based in Derby. They nicknamed it Barbados. Based there, trying to get themselves into the top flight of cycling. They rode outside the Great Britain team for a long time. Ultimately, they were absorbed into it. Tanfield still in that British squad. Bigham now a main consultant to the Ineos Grenadiers, but still a top rider. Through 2,000 metres, Tanfield goes through with a 1-minute kilometre, 2:08.030. The fastest time through the 2K so far. Tanfield still top of the leaderboard. Heinrich looking to go head-to-head for gold. What a contest between these 2 riders. If this is the gold and silver ride-off tonight, this is going to be spectacular. Tanfield and Heinrich. Now Heinrich goes slightly ahead. Tanfield is starting to suffer. Heinrich is being urged on by this crowd. We're getting towards the 3,000 meter point. Heinrich is holding it at 2:56. He's found a little bit more fight. Tanfield is starting to drift away just a little more now. Maybe that kilometre was a little touch too quick. A 3:87.24 at 3,000 metres for Nicola Heinrich. A kilometre at 1 minute for him. Tanfield a 1:1 kilometre. They're both holding on, but Tanfield is slowing. Heinrich is flying around this track. Really motivated by the crowd. The time to beat is a 4:12.412. To beat the second place rider is a 4:13.166. Heinrich looked like he might well go to the top of the leaderboard. Tanfield holding on in second. Not too far to go now. 3,700 metres completed. They're going to come up to the bell. What a fight between these two riders. Still first and second. Are these two going to be the gold and silver ride-off? Heinrich has produced a fantastic individual pursuit second half. He crosses the line in a 4:8.995. Tanfield finishes third. Wow, Heinrich, a 4:8.995 for the individual pursuit on this track. Plebani in a 4:12, he's second. Tanfield will ride for the bronze against Morrow. Tanfield really suffered in the last kilometre. But what a performance by Heinrich. Neck and neck. Plebani celebrating. He's going to ride for at least the silver, if not the gold. He's in the final. Tanfield will go head-to-head with Morrow, and that will be a tussle. For so long, Tanfield looked like he was the rider to beat, and then suddenly Heinrich upped the tempo, escalated the pace, and blitzed the second half. Nicolas Heinrich. The German fans loved that team, that individual pursuit. That was impressive. At least a silver for Plebani, who's had to wait a long time to find out whether he would ride for the gold medal later. Here's confirmation then that the bronze medal ride later today will be Charlie Tanfield against Manlio Morrow. And in the final for the gold, Nicola Heinrich and David Plebani. Heinrich then will recover. I hope he hasn't gone way too deep in that ride, because he really did put it on. He was neck and neck with Tanfield at the midway point and then put the pressure on. This is the rider who will ride for the bronze later. Silver medal secured for Germany at least. We look out over the track. We're coming to end of our morning session. Let's take a look at the schedule for later today. Don't miss out on all the finals. So we're going to start off with the continuation of the men's sprint at 17:30 German time. All the various heats of that men's sprint. Then we move on to the final of the women's time trial and the women's individual pursuits before we continue with men's sprinting. Following that, we will see the final of that pursuit that we've just witnessed for the men's individual pursuit. We then have the final of the women's elimination and the men's scratch. So lots of medals to be decided tonight. And that is how things look. Well, we've seen some great qualifications. Tonight, we're going to see the medals decided. This track is riding fast. We've seen one of the fastest ever performances at 500 meters from Emma Hinze. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back soon. Bye for now.
Now you can hear me. Yes? Ta.
Das muss man ja nicht tun. Das halt ziemlich alle nur noch. Soll überhaupt nicht.
Der hat auf jeden Fall richtig Level, würde man sagen, in einer Generation. Der ist voller Energie. Der hat vorhin schon gefragt, ob sich ein Bahn ausbleiben darf, aber wir haben leider kein Level-Gefühl in seiner Größe. Also, Freitag ist unser offizielles Maskottchen der European Championships Munich 2022. Der wird jetzt, glaube ich, hier mal ein bisschen für Unruhe sorgen in unserem Fahrerlager. Wenn wir natürlich nachher vielleicht doch nochmal irgendwo auf dem Markt erwischen, dann müssen wir unbedingt uns mit ich habe gehört, er bleibt noch ein bisschen da. Vielleicht können wir mal entscheiden, zu welcher Nation der am besten passt. Irgendwo wird er bestimmt reinpassen.
Good afternoon, a very warm welcome back to the Munich track for this evening's session of the UEC European Track Cycling Championships, here as part of the overall Munich 2022 European Championships, taking 9 sports under one roof. Here we are in the track, ready for more finals to be decided tonight. As always, a fantastic opening to the track cycling whenever everyone appears here in the track to see track cycling for the first time. This track is sold out over the 6 days of competition. Tonight we've got 5 finals to decide European champions. Taking a look now round the track, 200 meters in length, 50 meters shorter if you're just watching these championships for the first time, 50 meters shorter than we would normally see, and very, very steep indeed. 45 degrees is the banking at either end, 13 degrees either side. So the riders are getting used to the way that the contours of this wood flow. And we've seen some fantastic racing and some quick times so far. While the mascot is proving ever popular in the middle of the track and around about the crowd as well. The riders getting ready for a very busy set of competition. There's Christina Vogel, nice to see her in the track there in the centre, chatting to Miriam Vecchi. And some riders just picking out their gearing as they get set. There's Sandy Gilchrist, one of the most experienced mechanics in world cycling, 9 Olympic Games under his belt. And the last activations of the riders. Some riders have to get their mechanics done themselves. Choosing to put on a bigger gear. The soigneurs have been very busy getting rid of the aches and pains, also warming the muscles up for the power that these riders have to produce. And everything needs to ride really smoothly. So the lubrication of the chain, all important. Even the technology of these chain lubrications is getting so high-tech. We've seen our records with chains worth 6,000 euros being used. As we look out across the track, let's take a look at the schedule for tonight's racing. So we're going to start with the men's sprint quarterfinals. That will be after we've seen already the men's sprint 8th finals and the women's time trial finals. That's the schedule for later on tonight. We'll get through the first races first. Our mascot having plenty of fun in the track centre. And Mika Kroger up for a hug. Our commissaires and our judges, there they are in the track centre, getting set for another evening of racing with lots of medals to be decided, so they'll have to be right on their game to make sure all the rules are adhered to. The president of the jury is from Denmark, the starter from Slovenia, and the rest of the judges across different nations, including some German officials as well. Jack Carlin He's going to go in the men's sprint 8th finals, which are the first races of tonight. Always up for a joke. Mateusz Rudic also taking part in the men's sprint. Had a good qualification round earlier on this morning. Here's Sébastien Vigier. Just recovering after an activation effort down there on the track. Well, one rider, we'll have to see whether she can go even quicker than earlier on today, because she nearly broke the world's best 500-meter record at sea level. She was 0.012 outside it. Elena Stardikova looking to add another medal in the 500 meters time trial. She's got the right gear on the bike now. Miriam Vece, she's set for another performance on the track this afternoon and into the evening. Let's see whether she can bring home a medal for Italy. The Italians in with a chance of a few medals tonight. First up on the track will be the men's sprint, the 8th finals. We've got 8 different heats, and the winners of each heat go through to the quarterfinals. This is the rundown of who is taking part in those different heats. Basically done on seeding order, depending on the time that the riders qualified in earlier on today. And there's our 8 heats, with the last one between Lithuania and Hungary. In terms of this match sprint, we have got one race and one race only. The riders don't have any opportunity to fight their way back into the competition. Very important, even for a rider who may well have ridden the fastest qualifying time like Jack Carlin. You have to have your wits about you. It's been known in the past at European Championships that the highest seeded rider's been dismissed on this round. It's critical to stay focused. Jack Carlin making his way into the track then. He is the rider who qualified fastest, being helped there by Jason Kenny. And he's up against Matteo Bianchi of Italy. Just a reminder down at the bottom, the winners of each heat qualify for the quarterfinals. We will see the quarterfinals tonight. Some British fans in the audience. It's quite a cosmopolitan audience, actually, when you look around. A few well-known faces in the middle of the track as well tonight. I just caught up with Nicholas Roach, who's obviously just retired from the World Tour peloton. He's around the Irish contingent. He's the Irish road manager, and the European Championships for men are tomorrow. These riders just getting set then. Matteo Bianchi against Jack Carlin. The usual 3 laps of the track. The rider who crosses the line first goes through to the next round. Carlin is a bronze medalist in the Olympic Games in the sprint, so he is without doubt one of the out-and-out favourites of this race. He just won a bronze medal in the sprint in the Commonwealth Games. You have to get your tactics right because there is not a lot of room to go to the front at the end of this race. Bianchi is flying, so is Carlin. Carlin goes round the outside, overtakes Bianchi with a real flourish as they hit the bell. Carlin now accelerating away, the Italian trying to get back on terms, but the British rider, without doubt, is superbly quick. Jack Carlin goes through to the next round with a ride there of 70.7 kilometers an hour. In qualification, his time equated to an average speed of 75. Jack Carlin safely through to the quarterfinals. Saw the way then that he just cruised around the top. Real power. But he's raced a lot recently, Jack Carlin, so he is very much on his game. Jack Carlin, no doubts whatsoever. Our next riders drawing their cards to decide which order they will start in, which side of the track. Who has to lead off, who doesn't. The rules are if you draw number 1, you are the rider who has to lead. Svajūnas Jonauskas of Lithuania up onto the track. Mateusz Rudic, he's up there too. Bronze medalist in the World Championships in the sprint. Qualified second in 9.631, the Polish rider. As we go through the different heats, the differential between each rider in terms of time in qualification becomes closer and closer. So heat number 1, Carlin went against the lowest ranked qualifier. So you'll start to see the competition get a little bit closer as we work our way through. Jonauskas on the front in the colours of Lithuania. Rudic is a very fast rider indeed. As he goes to the front, he's decided he's going to try and lead this out. The Lithuanian rider trying to get in the slipstream to get back on terms. They take the bell and he is getting close. Down the back straight, Rudic trying to get into that final couple of turns. He manages to do it. Mateusz Rudic goes through to the quarterfinals. Two riders qualify so far, Jack Carlin, Mateusz Rudic. See on this banking how much these riders are leaning over. When the track was tested, if you were 80 kilometers an hour, which the riders won't reach, but they've gone close. Jack Carlin was at 75. Then your angle on the track would be at 63 degrees. So you'd be leaning over really significantly towards that floor with your shoulder, your left-hand shoulder, right the way down towards the ground. The G-forces are pretty substantial on this particular track. Next two riders. Alejandro Martinez of Spain picks number 1. He's now up against Sebastian Vigier. So you'll notice there that Vigier goes to the top of the track with number 2 that he just drew. These two riders getting ready for action. Gregory Boget holding up Sebastian Vigier. Boget, a multiple world champion in his career. 9 times world champion. Vigier qualified 3rd fastest, 9.641. Alejandro Martinez further on down the order. Vigier, bronze medalist in the World Championships in the sprint, has to go to the front here, manages to secure the front position, dives down inside the red sprinters line, and once he's inside that in this last lap, he has to stay inside it. It looks like this is going to be pretty academic, and Martinez gives up, so Sebastian Vigier will go through to the next round for France. 69.78 kilometers an hour. The French sprinter Sebastian Vigier, European champion in 2017. He also got a bronze medal in 2021. Putting together some great results now, Sebastian Vigier. So far then, Jack Carlin's dismissal of Matteo Bianchi is the fastest ride, 70.8 kilometers an hour over that last 200. There is Gregory Boget, 9 times world champion, 3 silver medals in the Olympic Games and a bronze. Never managed to be Olympic champion, but very, very close on 4 occasions. Getting set now for the next heat. Rain Halal and Matej Bulasevic. Onto the track with Rain Halal, bronze medalist in the Olympic Games in the team sprint, again being held up by Gregory Boget. Matej Bulasevic up there on the track for the Czech Republic. Rain Halal qualified 4th fastest, 9.675. And this is a big move here by the rider from the Czech Republic. He's decided to try and outdo Rain Halal. This has been done before. Chris Hoy famously was dismissed in the European Championships. Rain Halal is having to hunt this rider from the Czech Republic down. 1 lap of racing to go. Can he get past? Rain Halal goes round the outside. Well, He was cute to it. He had to work hard, but fair play to Matej Burlasovic. Tries it out. Rain Elal rescues it and goes through to the next round. Fantastic racing by the Czech Republic rider. 69.2 kilometers an hour by Rain Elal in the last 200. 10.409. He will have been a little bit worried about that for just a moment. You have to be ready for these little intricacies. Look at the acceleration of Burlasovic, trying it out. Of course, in the Olympic Games in the Kirin, Jason Kenny tried this and it paid off and he won Olympic gold. We're on to heat number 5 now. So far, everything has gone to the form that we anticipated. The man with the moustache, Rafał Czarnecki, up against Tiemen van Loon of the Netherlands. Tiemen van Loon qualified 5th fastest in a time of 9.695. Let's see if things continue to go to form.
Iets meer links.
Just moved across to the left-hand side a little bit. We're able to see the detailing on these aero suits, and they're going to go very, very quickly off the start. Rafał Czarnecki wants to have a fast competition here. He doesn't want to jump from a slow pace. Tiemen van Loon following him, decides to go around the outside. Czarnecki needs to get back in the slipstream as quickly as possible. Van Loon is the faster rider in qualification. Is it going to go to plan for the rider from the Netherlands? Down the back straight, heading in towards turn 3. And they'll slingshot out of turn number 4 and into the finish. Tiemen van Loon goes through to the next round. Czarnecki tried it out a little bit, wasn't fully committed though. That was a very, very fast heat between those two riders. Speed of that race, 70.1 kilometers an hour over the last 200 meters. We move on then to heat number 6. Maximilian Dornbach, the German rider, up against Martin Czechman. Czechman has to lead off on the inside. This could be an interesting tussle. Dornbach slightly faster in qualification for Germany. You'll notice here, though, that Martin Czechman has positioned himself right up on the wall. A little bit of intimidation. Very, very close to Maximilian Dornbach. He's done that totally on purpose. He's allowed to choose where he starts. They're underway. The rider in the blue has to lead unless Dornbach decides to go ahead of him. The German crowd getting behind Maximilian Dornbach, leading then Martin Czechman. He's got a good position. Oh, that was very, very close between the two of them. They're coming round with a lap to go this time. Czechman is holding position on the inside, Dornbach on the outside. Czechman still keeping position. If he can hold it round this turn, then he will be the winner of this heat as he goes in. Oh, so close on the line. Dornbach managed to squeeze past. Those two riders started shoulder to shoulder and finished shoulder to shoulder. Tight sprinting there, but Maximilian Dornbach of Germany, he takes that lead there. He goes through to the next round. A good tussle. Average speed 68.3 kilometers an hour.
Auf jeden Fall, man hat manchmal das Gefühl, wenn die paar Minuten mehr einschlagen. Das ist so einmal durchgehende Sieg anschauen, das hat schon immer so mit psychologischen Spielen zu tun, dass man links oder Angstpumper jetzt aufsetzt.
Look at that, how close they were, and the rider in the blue went out of the red line there, so he may well have been eliminated anyway, even if he'd managed to win that one. Just wavering out of that fourth turn, which is a very tricky turn. This is heat number 7 of 8. Mark Jurczyk up against Hamish Turnbull. Hamish Turnbull has to lead off then. This is an interesting lineup, isn't it? Jan van Eyden up there on the track, now the coach of Germany, was the coach of Jason Kenny, who's now holding up Hamish Turnbull. How many Olympic Games of those riders and World Championships of those riders been alongside each other in a different profile?
Total left.
Mark Jurczyk slightly quicker than Hamish Turnbull in qualification. And Jan van Eyden and Jason Kenny will know each other's tricks. So what tactics have they given each other? Look at Turnbull holding him on the inside. Puts the elbow in a little bit, goes to the front. Now starts to lead. That was clever racing. 1 lap to go. Turnbull still on the front. Jurczyk is there, trying to get on terms. Turnbull turns down the pressure, down the back straight. Jurczyk hasn't got the legs to get past him, and that was really clever sprinting. Hamish Turnbull wins that heat. He goes through to the next round. He's the only rider to have overturned the seeding so far. But when we look at this sprint, look at the way that Turnbull just puts the elbow in a little. Doesn't touch him, but enough to worry Jurczyk. .68 kilometers an hour. Here's the race then. Let's take a little bit of a look. Turnbull. And it looked like the German rider wanted to lead. This is the point where Turnbull just held him off into that turn. Thrilling sprinting between those two riders through to the quarter-final for Hamish Turnbull, Jan van Eyden. Not happy with that. One more heat to go. The final heat, these two riders close together in qualification. Going to be the representatives of Lithuania and Hungary. Vasilius Lendl, number 1. Number 2 is Sandor Salonte, the Hungarian rider. Vasilius Lendl, bronze medalist in the European Championships in the sprint in 2020. So he's got some good form in this competition. The Hungarian, Sandor Salonte. See how this one plays out. So far, everything went to form until Hamish Turnbull changed the game. Shows just how steep this track is. For those of you who haven't been watching so far, the rider's moving back from the start line a little bit to where the little shamrock is on the track, because the start line's at 35 degrees. It's way too steep. Underway, and the Lithuanian rider goes flying off the start. Just hear the rumbling of that track. Sandor Salonte decides to go to the front. Vasilius Lendl's got a little bit of work to do. Down the back straight. Still not full flight yet, but the pace is high. Salonte taking a little bit of a look around to see where Vasilius Lendl is. Still got the front position. And this is very good sprinting by Salonte. Vasilius Lendl trying to get out the outside, and he's not got the legs to do it. So the Hungarian rider, Sandor Salonte, goes through to the next round and dismisses a rider who's been bronze medalist in these European Championships in his career. Great race by Sandor Salonte. 67.1 kilometers an hour. The riders qualifying: Jack Carlin, Mateusz Rudic, Sebastian Vigier, Rein Halal, Tiemann van Loon, Maximilian Dornbach, Hamish Turnbull and Sandor Salonte. They are the riders who go through to the quarterfinals. The other riders take no further part in the competition. We're going to get set for the next races. They're coming up shortly, and it's going to be the women's time trial final. Confirmation on the screen then of the qualification for the quarterfinals of the men's sprint. Fantastic race there by Sandor Salonte. Hungarian safely through. Track getting set then for the first of our finals of tonight to decide who's going to be the European champion of the women's time trial. 8 riders will be taken to the track individually. This track earlier on today was riding very quickly. Here's the different heats that we're going to see. So Carlin will ride against Salonte, Halal against Van Loon, Riddick against Turnbull, and Vigier against Dornbach, and they will then decide who's going to ride for gold, who's going to ride for bronze. The thing about track cycling, you're constantly warming up, warming down. Riders have got to think all the time about their nutrition. They're warming up, they're warming down, their recovery. Everything has got to be planned. Coming up then, the women's 500-meter time trial. Are we going to see Emma Hinze manage to go close to the world best at sea level again? There is Emma Hinze in the background. Just getting herself set for racing. Has she got it in the legs to go a little bit quicker? There's the rundown of the riders taking part, starting with Kara Lammerink from the Netherlands, qualified 8th fastest. There's the different nations taking part. Kara Lammerink will be the first rider to go. 500 meters. 2.5 laps of the track. She's up on the track now. That's her teammate, Steffi van der Piet. Kara Lammerink, qualified 8th fastest, 33.992 was her time. 2.5 laps on the track. It's all about speed. Gets those feet clipped into the pedals. Last little bit of instruction from the coach. Kara Lammerink underway. She was a junior bronze medalist at the 2013 European Track Championships. 26 years of age now. Lammerink going to set the standard for everyone else to beat. She's been a silver medalist in the team sprint in the World Championships. Down the back straights for Kara Lammerink. Gets the bell that time. Continues with her effort. See if she can beat the 33.992 in qualification. And completes the course in 34.042, just outside the time she did this morning. Average speed 52.9 kilometers an hour. She's been an under-23 European team sprint champion with Ellis Litley. That was back in 2016, and is a team sprint European champion Thanks very much for getting in touch. If you'd like to get in touch with any questions during this racing, please feel free on social media. Ant McCrossan is where you can get hold of me. If there's something as you're watching, you're thinking, I don't understand how that works, then we'll see if we can answer your question. Our next rider is making her way onto the track. Onto the track then from France. I've been to see her during the break because we wanted to make sure, we've never really seen her too much on the track. Get her name right. She likes to be known as Marie-Devine Kouemi. She drops the tacky at the front. Comes from Paris. Getting herself set and is the starter for the French team sprint group. Been racing on the track now in the junior ranks for a few years, but now on the world stage. Underway for Marie-Devine Kouemi of France. Time to beat 34.042. All about getting this big effort out over this 2.5 laps. Slightly down on the time of Kyra Lammering. Oh, and the back wheel. Oh, that's a big crash. The tyre came off the back wheel there for the French rider. And that hardly ever happens. I think a puncture then blowing the tubular tyre completely off the rim. See there that these tyres are glued onto these carbon fibre rims. And that tyre has come completely off. Disappointment then for Marie-Devine Kouemi. That back tyre coming off. We'll take a little look and see if it was a puncture or whether the tyre just came off. It looked like the tyre just completely came off the rim. And there is nothing you can do when that happens. And once you're locked up like this on these bikes, there is nowhere for you to go other than to fall, unfortunately. And luckily, she got up and she's okay. Took a big smash as she went down. Seems okay. But that was a big crash from Marie-Devine Kouemi. There's the tyre, there's the culprit. And also a fair amount of damage to this track that they'll just need to check because the skid went on for ages. Doesn't seem even too shaken by that. That's one tough bike rider. Well, the crew are out giving this a bit of a check. Pete Jakes in the background in the white t-shirt. Former sprinter and team sprinter on the world circuit, now working with the company who build these tracks. Just checking everything is safe, and as an ex-rider, he knows exactly how these tracks need to be. There she is. Doesn't want to be seen. She's taken it in good faith and in good heart. Unfortunately, these things happen. When I was talking to her before the start of competition tonight, she's a very chilled out person. She seems to take everything in her stride. She was riding on the blue at the time, right down at the bottom of the track. There's the length of that tyre skid and the carbon fibre rim that's worked its way all the way along that track for quite a few meters. From that banking, pretty much all the way to the start line of the team pursuits. Here she goes. As she came in, the tyre just completely off. I don't know whether it was the tyre that punctured and then the tyre came off the rim, which is probably the case, because the mechanics are so careful at the amount of glue that they put on these tyres, and the amount of layers of glue also that hold them on. Up onto the track, the Polish rider, Ursula Loss. She's already taken a bronze medal in the team sprint. "28 years of age now, Ursula Loss. Underway for Ursula Loss. Had a good performance yesterday in that team sprint. She is the second rider in that team, getting the bike up to speed. 34.042 is the time to beat of Kyra Lammering. If you need a medal or want a medal, you've got to go somewhere around 33. 1 lap to go for Ursula Loss as she holds that bike lovely down the bottom of the banking on that black line. And she is faster so far, going the fastest way to the finish. And out of that turn, 33.685 by Ursula Loss. Faster than in her qualification earlier on today, where she rode a 33.732. She goes faster, 53.4 kilometers an hour for Ursula Loss. Just see how smooth Ursula Loss rode that particular time trial. Stayed right on that black line, really held it very, very well through the turns. The bike wants to drag you up the banking, always. So you've got to have a combination of letting the bike flow, but also getting it round the turns where you want it to go. Next rider is about to go. This is Steffi van der Piet of the Netherlands, qualified 5th fastest. Time of 33.613. Big chance of a medal here for Steffi van der Piet. With the 5th fastest time, anything can happen. She's got to get all that power out and get into her stride nice and quickly. Out the saddle for a long, long time. Now settles in, that back wheel just moving around. You've got to just let the bike fight you. Takes the bell. This is a good ride by Steffi van der Piet so far. 2nd fastest time. Makes her way into the conclusion of that 500-meter time trial. Top of the leaderboard. 33.673 by van der Piet. Slightly outside her time of earlier on today, which was a 33.613. At top of the leaderboard now for Steffi van der Peet. Average speed then 53.5 kilometers an hour. Steffi van der Peet, you can see how much that back wheel twitching when she comes out of that final turn. Sits at the top of the leaderboard so far. Some big name riders still to come. Next to go will be Pauline Grabosch, silver medalist in 2021. A late replacement for Leah Sophie Friedrich earlier on today. Qualified fourth fastest, 33.544. Pauline Grabosch, the starter of the German team sprint train. Big start with a huge reception from the crowd. Getting herself underway, Pauline Grabosch. She'll get herself up to speed. She's such a smooth rider in these bends. She's drifting a little bit though, up towards the red. Second fastest time for Grabosch. She needs to accelerate a little bit more. She's going a long way round this track. 0.006, Grabosch hits the line now, second fastest time. 33.684 for Pauline Grabosch. Didn't hold the bike right down the banking. Seemed to let the bike just glide up to the red. Happened on a few occasions. And that means you're riding further than 500 meters. If you ride right on the black, you will ride 500 meters and around about 12 centimeters. At the very, very most, that would be. Just see how high up the track Grabosch is. Every centimetre you ride away from that black line is adding distance to your ride. Steffi van der Peet will be extremely happy, as you can see there, with the fact that Pauline Grabosch didn't beat her time. There's only 3 more riders to go. Miriam Vecce, riding for Italy, bronze medalist in the World Championships at this discipline. Qualified third fastest, 33.528. Miriam Vecce underway. Took a little bit of time to get that gear over, but now she's up to speed. Second fastest through the start. Vecce now holding that bike right down on the black. Now goes quickest, 16.093. She just needs to translate it. See the way she had to kick the bike into that turn. She goes even faster. Vecce is almost just righting the bike every single turn. Makes her way into the finish line, 33.434. Top of the leaderboard and faster than her qualification time of earlier on today. 53.8 kilometers an hour. Italy on top of the leaderboard with 2 riders left to go. Guaranteed a medal. Depends what color it's going to be. Miriam Vece, top of the leaderboard, 33.434, 53.8 kilometers an hour for that 500 meters from a standing start. Interesting the way she rides the turns. Watch the way she comes out of this turn and then kicks the bike in a little bit. So much in control of exactly what's happening with that machine. Next rider onto the start line, Elena Starikova. Silver medalist in the World Championships at this discipline and silver medalist in Tokyo 2020 in the Olympic Games sprint. Starikova is such a good starter. See if she can get this up to speed. The time to beat, 33.434, just set by Miriam Vece. Starikova, 5th fastest, not a good start by the Ukrainian rider. Now 3rd fastest, needs to really ride the black line. 2nd fastest from Starikova so far. This is a penultimate rider. Can she beat the time of Vece? Into the finish and goes top of the leaderboard. 33.403. Vece shakes her head. Starikova, top of the leaderboard. Disappointment for the Italian. Starikova, 53.9 kilometers an hour, beats her by 0.031. Top 3 riders at the moment, Elena Starikova, Miriam Vece, Steffi van der Piet, but there is 1 rider left to go, and she is the star of this discipline. Onto the track, 5 times a world champion in her career, Emma Heinze. Riding for Germany, the crowd is going to give this rider a huge push around the track. Her time in qualification, 32.732. What is the time of Emma Heinze going to be? Underway for the German rider to a huge reception. Look at the power she's putting out on the start. Emma Heinze going for gold. 2nd fastest out of the starting gate. Emma Heinze kicks the bike down. She's already quickest. Heinze needs to hold that bike right down on the black, go the fastest way to the finish line. Emma Heinze now down the back straight. Is it going to be gold for Germany? It's looking superb so far. Emma Heinze hits the line, 32.668, the fastest time we've ever seen at sea level. Emma Heinze beats the time held by Daria Shmuleva of 32.720. It's a world best at sea level by the German. What a performance, 55.1 kilometers an hour, 32.668. 0.4 of a second outside the world record at altitude. Emma Heinze obliterates the rest. That is a thrilling performance. Look at that time, 32.668. Starikova takes the silver medal, Vece takes the bronze. The crowd are on their feet, and it's well deserved because this rider has just demonstrated what a class act she is. Everyone in this velodrome has just witnessed the fastest ever ride by a woman at 500 meters at sea level. What would this rider do if she went to Aguascalientes in Mexico? What would the time be then? Emma Heinze, 32.668, takes the gold medal for Germany. Elena Starikova takes the silver for Ukraine, and the bronze goes to Italy. We're going to move on to the women's individual pursuit. The bronze medal ride-off will be first. It's a 3,000-meter event. The track then, of course, is 200 meters. So the rider's taking 3,000 meters. We're going to see the riders up on the track. The race for bronze is between the Italian Vittoria Guazzini and the British rider Josie Knight. Bit of focus. The countdown starts. Both riders underway. Guazzini in the blue, Josie Knight in the white. Vittoria Guazzini, European champion in the Madison, silver medalist in the team pursuit. Josie Knight, an Olympic Games silver medalist in the team pursuit. So these two riders were pretty equally matched in qualification. Guazzini was a little bit faster, 3:24.503. Josie Knight in 3:25.231. So very, very close. But Guazzini looks to be going out very quickly already. Guazzini already nearly a second up on Josie Knight and racing her hard. Remember, this is a race for bronze. So it's not about time, it's about racing your opponent on the other side of the track. Guazzini's gone out to try and just finish this contest. Josie Knight at 1.2 seconds down already. The Italian is absolutely flying on the track. 1.3 already. So it's a real tussle through 1,000 meters in 1:11.092 for Guazzini. For Knight, it's 1:12.557. And what Josie Knight doesn't want to happen is Vittoria Guazzini gets into the slipstream. They are pretty close in the straights right now. There's not many straights to speak of. The straights are not that long on this track. But Josie Knight needs to accelerate and find a little bit of speed because Guazzini is already 1.9 seconds ahead. She's now 2 seconds ahead. And once she gets her in her sights, that will be game over. Josie Knight seems to be fighting the bike. I don't know if she's recovered from earlier on, and Guazzini is a World Tour bike rider. She will have a huge amount of stamina. Remember, 3,000 meters on the track. Knight looks a little bit labored here. 2.284. Maybe the stress, the pressure is getting to her because Guazzini is putting the hurt on. Guazzini is flying her way around this track. Opened up with a 1.5 kilometer. Josie Knight seems to be, I don't know, a little bit overgeared to me. She looks like she is really on her limit. Guazzini at 2.6 seconds ahead now. Through the 2,000 meters point. They've both ridden 1.5 and a 1.6 kilometer, but Knight's shoulders are all over the place here. Just trying to stay in that tuck, in that slipstream. Guazzini now almost 3 seconds ahead. She has gone out firing on all cylinders. Coming up to the bell, and Guazzini has looked supreme during this time trial. Josie Knight just has no answer to the might of the Italian. Vittoria Guazzini is going to be the bronze medalist with a supreme ride of 3:24.813. Josie Knight goes significantly slower than her qualification time. Celebration for Vittoria Guazzini, who rides a very similar time to her qualification earlier on today. Celebration for Italy, they take the bronze medal. Celebration then by Vittoria Guazzini, very well deserved. Never looked like she was under any challenge throughout that entire contest. Despite the riders in qualification, you would have said that would have been a really, really tight battle. Guazzini will have that recovery, will have that endurance from being on the road so much. These contests are not just about going very quick, they're also about the ability to recover and do repeated efforts at such intensity over a short period of time. Less than 12 hours between those two rides. And now we move on to the gold medal final. 2 Germans in this competition.
Yep.
The world champion, Lisa Brennauer, in the rainbow bands. On the other side of the track, her team pursuit partner, Mika Kroger. The German fans cheer the riders off the start. Brennauer in the rainbow bands. Is this the last time we're going to see her in an individual pursuit? She said yesterday that it was her last team pursuit, which for me was a bit strange. I thought she might ride the World Championships, but maybe she's decided that Germany is the best way to say goodbye to track racing. In qualification, Brennauer was fastest, 3:21.138. Kroger with 3:23.569. In the World Championships last year, Brennauer took the gold, Kroger took the bronze. In the European Championships last year, Brennauer took the gold, Kroger took the bronze. And already Lisa Brennauer is ahead by a significant margin. 1.127 ahead, and Brennauer is firing away around this track. 1:10 for the opening kilometre by Lisa Brennauer. She's already not too far away from seeing Mika Kroger in the same straight. Brennauer looks like she's just going to get it all out in this race. Lisa Brennauer riding superbly, isn't she? Look at the way she's taking these turns on this aero bike. The coaches, both from Germany, on the inside of the track, giving that little bit of information. Brennauer coming up to the couple of laps before the 2,000-metre point. She looks so fluid the way she's pedaling. Now puts in a little bit more cadence. Kroger is starting to come back. 0.981 between these two riders. Brennauer needs to find a little bit more. Kroger is edging closer. 0.843 for Mika Kroger, who is not giving in against her teammate. Now she goes 0.672. Mika Kroger senses the chance to take a European title. Now she goes to 0.495 between these two riders. Brennauer needs to find a little bit more. Kroger comes back to 0.298. What an atmosphere in this velodrome between these two women who are team pursuit gold medalists in the Olympic Games. Kroger's now at 0.176. Now Kroger goes ahead by 0.014. Brennauer, the world champion, is in a fight with her teammate on the other side of the track. It's now 0.222 between these two riders. 2 laps of racing to go. Kroger goes now 0.492. This is the best individual pursuit Mika Kroger has ever done. 0.624 now between them. Heading towards the bell lap, and it's going to be flat out racing all the way into the finish. Brennauer looks like she's starting to feel the intensity. It looks like Mika Kroger may well be the European champion into the finish, and it's going to be Kroger who takes it in 3:22.469. Mika Kroger is the European champion. Average speed 53.3 kilometers an hour. The fastest ride by Mika Kroger that we've seen. Brennauer rode a 3:21 in qualification, a 3:23 in the final. But Mika Kroger, wow, she really revved that up, didn't she? Excellent racing, to the delight of the German public here in Munich. Mika Kroger takes the European title. Mika Kroger really piled the pressure on. That is Mika Kroger's first individual title. All of her wins have been in team competitions, mixed team relays, team pursuits. Never has won an individual championship at any level as an elite rider. She took the opportunity with both hands. European champion Mika Kroger. A big moment for these riders. Lisa Brennauer, an emotional moment for her. If that is her last individual pursuit, beaten by her teammate. The power of Mika Kroger, incredible in those last laps. These two riders who've shared so much in their careers. Here's the final result. Mika Kroger takes the European title. Lisa Brennauer in second. Vittoria Guazzini takes third. And there's the rundown of the top 8.
It's
Thank you.
to the gold medal with an impressive run, new German record. Did you expect this after the trials before?
No, it was my goal to be faster than this morning, but I didn't expect to be that fast this morning too. So my goal was to ride 33.2. I was half a second faster, which was pretty cool. And being even faster now, yeah, it's unbelievable.
That was unbelievable for the crowd too.
Yeah.
Did you like the atmosphere? Did you get something from the atmosphere?
Yes, of course. Everyone was standing, shouting and cheering me on. It's pretty cool and reminds me of Berlin in 2020.
Congrats once more. Enjoy your time here. Thank you.
Emma Heinze. We move on then to the medal ceremony of that women's 500-meter time trial.
Medal ceremony, women's time trial. 500 Meter, Siegerehrung, Zeitfahren, 500 Meter, Frauen.
Medals will be presented by. Die Medaillen werden überreicht durch Delvino Pereira, Vizepräsident Europäischer Radsportverband.
The Champions Flowers will be presented by die Champions Flowers, werden überreicht von Uwe Rode, Vizepräsident Marketing und Kommunikation, Bund Deutscher Radfahrer.
Bronze medalist representing Italy. Gewinnerin der Bronzemedaille für Italien, Miriam Lecce.
Bronze medal goes to Miriam Vecce. She's taken the bronze medal in the World Championships before. Now she gets the bronze medal in the European Championships.
Silver medalist representing Ukraine. Gewinnerin der Silbermedaille für Ukraine, Olena Starikova.
Elena Starikova, silver medalist. Wonderful to see Ukraine on the podium.
Gold medalist and European champion representing Germany. Gewinnerin der Goldmedaille und Europameisterin für Deutschland, Emma Hintze.
Emma Hintze, European champion with that formidable ride today. Gold medalist A supreme time trial, executed to perfection.
The national anthem of Germany.
Now for the national anthem of Germany. Emma Hinz of Germany, European champion of the 500-meter time trial.
Medaillengewinnerin.
There's our podium. Teche, Stardakova and Emma Hinz.
Ich hab, was du brauchst. Sag mir einfach.
Emma Hinz there with Maximilian Levy. Emma Hinz taking that title. We're getting ready for our next victory ceremony. Ceremony will be the women's individual pursuit. We're just getting ready for this victory ceremony. Following this will be the men's sprint quarterfinals, where the riders then have got deciding races. So it'll be the best of 3 in that competition. Following that, we'll have the men's individual pursuit finals. And then the last 2 races of the night will be the women's elimination and then the men's scratch race. We're pretty much ready for this women's individual pursuit presentation.
Medal ceremony, women's individual
And we're now ready
pursuit.
for the
Siegerehrung
women's individual
einer
pursuit
Verfolgung Frauen.
medal ceremony.
The medals will be presented by. Die Medaillen werden überreicht durch Enrico Della Casa, Präsident Europäischer Radsportverband.
Die Champions Flowers will be presented by. Die Champions Flowers werden überreicht von Uwe Rode, Vizepräsident Marketing und Kommunikation
On the
BDR.
stage, Enrico Della Casa, who's the president of
Bronze
the
medalists
UEC, the European
representing Italy.
Cycling
Gewinnerin
Union.
der Bronzemedaille für Italien, Vittoria Guazzini.
Vittoria Guazzini takes the bronze medal in the women's individual pursuits.
Silver Medalist representing Germany. Gewinnerin der Silbermedaille für Deutschland, Lisa Brennauer.
Last year's champion and world champion takes the silver medal in this European Championship.
Gold medalist and European champion representing Germany. Gewinnerin der
Lisa
Goldmedaille
Brennauer,
und Europameisterin für Deutschland.
so many
Mika
medals
Kröger.
in her career. The European champion already with the European Championship jersey on her first solo title, which is quite hard to believe, Mika Kröger. Always a member of the team. In the women's team pursuit, this rider drags the team out over that middle kilometre. It's so special the way she does it. Today, she's brought home her own title.
Munich 2022 medalists, unsere München 2022 Medaillengewinnerin.
Great moment of friendship between Mika Kröger and Lisa Brennauer as they celebrate their medals for Germany in these European Championships. Vittorio Guazzini, the Italian, the bronze medalist. Lisa Brennauer. Her final race is going to be the European road race next weekend. That will call the end to her career. She's just ridden her final individual pursuit, her final team pursuit. She's decided to go out in Germany at the end of her career.
Ja, hier direkt an Start und Ziel. Friday zu Besuch bei den Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauern. Vielen Dank fürs Einreichen.
Up on the track then we move on to the men's sprint. This is race number 1. We've got 4 different heats. The winners of the heats go through to the semi-finals. Three races if required, 3 laps of the track for each of the heats. The rider who in each heat scores 2 goes through to the semi-finals and will ride tomorrow in the semi-finals. Jack Carlin up against Sandor Solonte, the Hungarian rider who dismissed Vasilius Lendl. Carlin, the bronze medalist in the Olympic Games. Sandor Solonte, not necessarily well known in sprinting yet, but he's starting to make a name dismissing riders like Vasilius Lendl. Carlin's going to have to get his tactics right here against this Hungarian rider. Solonte looked superb in the last round. Carlin goes to the front. Solonte trying to get on terms into that slipstream. Carlin goes flying down the back straight. One more lap of racing to go, and the British rider is at the front, but Solonte is in the slipstream. Carlin down the back street, needs to keep the pressure on, but it looks like it's going to be pretty academic, and Jack Carlin goes 1-0. Pretty simple for the British rider.
Also, ich bin wirklich lange von der Qualifikation über die Einzelnen.
Carlin looking very, very quick at the moment, isn't he? Let's see how this competition progresses. It's going to get more and more difficult as we work our way through the rounds. Next up on the track will be Mateusz Rudic against Hamish Turnbull. This should be quite a tussle. Mateusz Rudic, a bronze medalist in the World Championships in the sprint. Hamish Turnbull, a bronze medalist in the team sprint yesterday, not so well known yet. But Rudic has got great caliber in sprinting already. The mascot is up in the crowd, enjoying the action. Up onto the track for our two riders. Mateusz Rudic of Poland, Hamish Turnbull of Great Britain. Turnbull and Rudic. Turnbull from the north of England. Rudic going round the outside, Turnbull on the inside. Turnbull has held the riders off so far by using that tactic, just staying well down the track. Rudic trying to challenge him on the outside. Turnbull has got a lot of power as he makes his way into the final turn. And it's going to be 1-0 for Hamish Turnbull of Great Britain. Rudic will need to take this back to a decider. Made that look pretty simple, pretty academic. And these riders are going to have a quick turnaround for the next race, which comes straight after this one, which is unusual in sprint disciplines. Rudic tried to go high on the track, tried to get a little bit more height so he could get some speed. Turnbull was having none of it. Really does hold his position on the track superbly, stays well down. Our next two riders are getting ready. Sebastian Vigier. He's been a bronze medalist in the World Championships in the sprint. Up against Maximilian Dornbach of Germany. Turnbull just rode a 10.472. Carlin's last 200 was a 10.158. Gregory Boget there, looking after Sebastian Vigier. Vigier has gone right down on the banking. Dornbach decided to start on the inside. Vigier goes as close to him as possible, and you can see Boget is pretty much touching the German rider. It's all intimidation. Underway for both these riders. Remember, the best of 3 rides, if required, to go through to the semi-final. Dornbach is a fast rider. Vigier just working hard to get on terms. He's going to go up the outside. Now he wants to go shoulder to shoulder, try and accelerate. Dornbach holds him off. Vigier starts to make his move, and they almost touch wheels there as Vigier finds his way through. Now they're going to go neck and neck. Dornbach still on the inside. The German manages to hold off Vigier and makes his move. What a performance by Dornbach. How did he manage to come back from that? It looked like he was beaten, but he found the power on the inside. Never let Vigier overtake him. Wonderful sprinting by Maximilian Dornbach. Vigier's going to have to go back and work out his tactics now. Look at them going shoulder to shoulder on that turn. Vigier desperately trying to get the handlebars in front. But Dornbach just held him off, kept him on the elbow, didn't let him overtake. Look at this, at this point it looks like he is beaten. But he somehow uses the kick around that track. The question is whether the judges deem that Dornbach was outside the red line. Our fourth quarter-final. Rein Elal will be up on the track for France, up against Timon van Loon. Rein Elal of France now onto the track against Timon van Loon. Rein Elal, the bronze medalist in the Olympic Games team sprint, qualified 4th fastest in 9.675. Timon van Loon qualified 5th fastest, just outside that time in 9.695, so 0.020 difference between these two riders in qualification. And it's a fast start, and the rider on the outside has decided to go to the front. Rein Elal. He didn't have to lead, but he wanted to lead from the front. Doesn't want to leave anything to chance. On his wheel, Timon van Loon looking good as they go down the back straight. It's a fast sprint so far. Not cagey in any way whatsoever. They get the bell this time. Rein Elal on the front. Comes slightly outside that sprint line. Holds it down into the turn, but it's going to be an easy win. Rein Elal goes 1-0 up. Celebration for the Frenchman. There's the little confirmation on the bottom left there. 3 races if required, otherwise 2 takes you through. The men's sprint will progress tomorrow. Gregory Boget happy with that performance. Now he needs to work the tactics out with Sebastian Vigier as to how to beat Maximilian Dornbach and take it to a decider. Race number 2 coming up, so very little time for these riders to recover, which is unusual in match sprinting. Normally there's another race in between the different rounds, just to give them some recovery time. Not this time, not in the European Championships. You get back on the track straight away. So we'll reset back to heat number 1. That will be Jack Carlin against Sandor Zalonte. Riders are getting ready for later on this evening. The last 2 races will be the bunch races. Men's scratch race, women's elimination race. See the array of bikes and equipment. Jack Carlin already in his seat. Wants to get this over with, get back to the hotel, start to recover before tomorrow. He will want this to go straight through to the semi-finals. Sandor Zalonte there has had to work his tactics out, see how he can beat Jack Carlin, put the pressure on the British rider. Last little bit of instruction, does up the speed suit. Really doing the straps up on those shoes very, very tight. See no bar tape on those handlebars, all chalked up hands. The bars just got rough feeling to them, so you keep nice and tight on those bars. Jack Carlin right up there at the top of the track, pinning his partner in this heat right up close to that fencing. These riders in match sprinting, the game starts the minute they walk into the velodrome. It's a little bit like 100-meter sprinting in athletics. It's all about the concentration, the focus, the psyching your opponent out. Carlin just turning his head slightly. Zalonte not even looking at him. 3 laps to go. Carlin is 1-0 up. Zalonte has got some work to do. Carlin just holding him up the track. He has got the advantage of leading. That's where he wants Zalonte. Zalonte now needs to get on terms. He goes high up the track. Looking for a little bit of speed off that banking. Carlin starts to accelerate down the back straight. Zalonte's got him where he wants him in the slipstream now. And now he's going to try round the outside. 1 lap of racing to go. Carlin accelerates out of turn 2, down towards turn 3. And Zalonte is riding in the slipstream, and that's all he's able to do as Carlin goes through to the next round. Semi-finals tomorrow for the British rider. Tactically perfect for Jack Carlin. Through to the next round, nice and simple, he can now recover.
Munich und am Stoppel den zweiten Lauf. Stoppel konnte in der Runde 1 den Sieg davonfahren.
Gelonte trying everything, look at that. He's trying to get a little bit of height, at the same time trying to stay in the slipstream, just trying to find any bit of pace, any bit of power that he can use to get himself onto the wheel of Jack Carlin. All smiles from the coaches. Onto the track then for heat number 2. Mateusz Rudic of Poland is 1-0 down to Hamish Turnbull. Rudic needs to bring this to a decider, work his tactics out. Notice there that straps on the shoes and the aero socks go over the top, just to keep everything as slipstreamed as possible. At this sort of pace, up at around 70 kilometers an hour, everything counts.
Für das Elimination Race sind abholbereit.
Jason Kenny getting a good workout, taking all these riders up on the track. Mateusz Rudic there, getting set. This rider has got so much experience in track sprinting. He knows how to bring this back. Bronze medalist in the World Championships. He will want to put Turnbull under pressure now. Turnbull started to be recognised when he won the British Championships in 2020. 23 years of age, he goes to the front and Rudic has let him do that, which is a little bit of a surprise. Rudic now getting into the slipstream. Turnbull, and they go shoulder to shoulder, and Turnbull is having none of it, and Rudic is trying to hold him down the track now. Coming up to the bell, Turnbull on the inside, takes the sprinter's line, Rudic still alongside him. Turnbull drag racing down the back straight. These two riders shoulder to shoulder so often, but Turnbull has got way too much pace, and he goes through to the semi-final, beating the bronze medalist in the World Championship. The rider from the north of England stands 6 foot tall, 1.83 meters. He's a tall rider and he bags a load of power. Two British sprinters already in the semi-finals. Jason Kenny will be pretty happy with that.
Nächste Entscheidung über die Möglichkeit für Martin Bernbach nach dem Westlauf jetzt gleich vorzurücken in die Entscheidung. Letzte Chance für das Budget nachzuziehen.
Next rider's up on the track. Now Vigier has some work to do. Vigier of France, Dornbach surprised him there by beating him, so he's 1-0 up. Vigier will want this to go to a decider, no doubt whatsoever. He's got to get this tactically correct. Vigier just nodding to himself, leads off. Dornbach looking for that inside line. And he dives down the banking already. Dornbach is having none of this. He's intimidating Vigier at every single turn. And now he accelerates. Vigier's got some work to do. Vigier now down the back straight. Dornbach looks good. 1 lap of racing to go this time. Vigier challenges on the outside. Dornbach on the inside, holds him off yet again. Down the home straight, in towards this turn. And Dornbach is still there. But Vigier manages to beat him this time. 1-all. What a tussle that was. Sebastian Vigier manages to take it to a decider. Dornbach jumped on the inside, took the inside line, tries to surprise Vigier. But finally, Vigier manages to get that little bit of acceleration he's been looking for. Some incredible shots from these onboard cameras when the riders are leaning so far into that banking.
Das sind die nächsten, die hier um den Einzug ins Halbfinale kämpfen. Auch hier setzte sich
Our 4th heat, so one is going to a decider. Is this one going to go to a decider, or is Ray and Halal going to go straight through to the semi-finals? Ray and Halal of France up against Tijmen van Loon of the Netherlands. They're in the orange. Ray and Halal of France. Underway for these riders. Halal on the front, came from a BMX background, now into track sprinting, and has moved across with real souplesse. Roger screaming at him. Doesn't want to give Tijmen van Loon an inch here. Coming round end with 1 lap of racing to go. Halal opens up the gas. Accelerates round that turn, down the back straight, wandering just a little bit, but he's easily in front. Ray and Halal powers away, 2-0 to him. We know who 3 of our semi-finalists are. 1 rider still to be decided between Vigier and Dornbach. Halal's last 200, 70.5 kilometers an hour. We'll come back to that contest in a little while. Shortly we're going to move on.
Möchte natürlich auch euch da draußen mit der Spannung weiterziehen bis morgen. Aber es gab weitere spannende Entscheidungen, Rennen auf uns alle heute und auch in den nächsten Tagen. Bis dieser Nacht sind wir hier zu Gast in der westlichen Halle 10.
We're going to turn our attention to the men's individual pursuit. This is the bronze medal ride-off first of all. Following this, we'll go back to the contest in the men's sprint just to decide what that situation is. This men's individual pursuit, we're going to see Charlie Tanfield against Manlio Moro and Nicholas Heinrich against David Plebani. Some great sights of these powerful sprinters putting in huge performances on this track. It's giving the crowd something to cheer about. They really are enjoying this match sprinting. And this track at 200 metres is giving us some interesting sprinting because the riders have had to really work their tactics out and they're all fighting for position. Our next medal's about to be decided. 4,000 metres on the track. Individual pursuiting, riders on either side of the track. We're looking forward to seeing where these medals go. Tomorrow, if you're wondering about the situation with the men's sprint, you won't see any of the men's sprinting until tomorrow evening, but we'll take it all the way through to the men's finals, which will happen around about 7:45 local time. Between now and the end of the night, you've got the men's individual pursuit coming up, then the sprint quarter-final decider. Then we'll move on to the women's elimination race. That's a straight race, and then the men's scratch race. So there's two very quick bunch races coming up as well. The scratch race for men will be 15 kilometres. Vigier and Dornbach going back into the track centre for a little bit of recovery time, and we turn our attention to the men's individual pursuit. Bronze medal ride-off between Great Britain and Italy, and the gold between Germany and Italy. Italian cycling here in these European Championships having a great time. .4,000 metres. We'll keep you updated with the timings, of course, but it's a race against each other, so tactics can be adopted. Charlie Tanfield waiting to get out on the track. These two riders are about to appear. Were separated by 0.5 of a second in the last round. Charlie Tanfield working his way onto the track now. Gets himself into the pedals, gets himself into that starting gate. The Italian rider on the other side of the track, Manlio Moro. Manlio Moro, only 20 years of age, up against Charlie Tanfield at 25. Both these riders out of the starting gate easily. Manlio Moro comes from Friuli in Italy, in northern Italy. Rides for the South Euromobile team. Just won the team pursuit at under 23 level in the European Championships in Portugal. He's being touted as the next big thing in Italian cycling. Up against Charlie Tanfield, bronze medalist in the team pursuit yesterday, world champion of the team pursuit in 2018, 25 years of age. Tanfield rode a 4:12.600 in qualification. Manlio Moro a 4:13.166. So they are really tied together. And Moro's gone out with a fast start, in the same way that Guazzini did in the women's racing. Tanfield holding it at 0.5. Ben Greenwood keeping a close eye on exactly what's going on. Tanfield good at riding to a schedule. Through the first kilometre, both tied together. Moro at 1:7.495, Tanfield at 1:7.986. Now half a second between the two of them, and it maintains like that right now. Tanfield has that praying mantis style of the hands, trying to slice through the air. Moro kind of clasped over them, isn't it? Trying to be as aero as possible. Funny that Moro and Tanfield don't have gloves on at all, choosing to let the skin be the aero part. And surprisingly, Moro choosing not to have long sleeves on his skin suit, as opposed to Tanfield, who's got the full sleeves. That's more aerodynamic. Tanfield still 0.5 down. Moro's looking good as they come up to the midway point. Moro now half a second ahead. They've just both ridden a 1:1 kilometre. Tanfield 1:15.07. Moro 1:14.66. Into the hard part now of this individual pursuit. Both these riders looking for this bronze medal. Still Moro leads. He's holding this at 0.4 all the time. Doesn't let it relent at all. Which rider has got something in the legs for the last phase of this individual pursuit? Tanfield now going half a second down. Tanfield faded in his last rides. Looked like he went out a little bit too early. This time he seems to have ridden a bit more consistently, but Moro seems to have a little bit in the legs. 0.521 is the deficit now. Moro is looking good. Coming through the 3,000 metres point. They've both just ridden a 1:2, so they've both slowed down a little. Tanfield, though, slightly faster by 1:2.390. Moro 1:2.415, so it's starting to look interesting. Half a second is still the deficit for the British rider. Moro is holding it, but Tanfield's starting to come back steadily. Has he ridden a clever race here? He's trying to dig in and find a little bit more acceleration. But Moro is still holding it. He's never really got below 0.4. Not far to go now. And now it comes back. Tanfield is starting to fight. 0.338 as he accelerates hard on this final lap. 0.267. The British rider is coming back over the last couple of hundred meters. 0.204 as he left the acceleration a little bit too late. Up to the line. Whoa! Morrow wins by 0.141. The Italian pursuiter takes the bronze medal. What a contest that was. Tanfield almost brought it back for Great Britain. He left the acceleration maybe a lap too early. Too late, sorry. 141 was the deficit at the finish line. Manlio Moro takes the bronze medal for Italy. One medal secured. Manlio Moro, superb individual pursuiting, held Tanfield at 0.4 for the majority of that ride. And it was only in the last couple of laps where Tanfield started to accelerate. Maybe a little bit worried that he kind of blew it in that last ride earlier on today. Moro will be on the podium later. The question now is, can his teammate take the gold? Look how close that was. One medal decided, it's going to Italy. Now we have the contest between Germany and Italy for the men's individual pursuit gold. David Plibani from Bergamo in Italy, up against Nicholas Heinrich of Germany on the other side of the track. Heinrich, 20 years of age, Plibani, 26. Both underway. Plibani was pretty emotional after his ride when he found out he was going for the gold medal. He was a World Championship bronze medalist in 2019. It's taken him 3 years to get back to that level. So what a very emotional Italian rider from Bergamo, the home of cycling. Nicholas Heinrich, the youngster, 20 years of age, junior world champion at the team pursuit. This is going to be a tussle. The German rider Heinrich looked like he was super motivated by the crowd last time. Plibani is 247 down, now 377 as we edge up towards the 1,000 meter point. Heinrich is being again driven on by this crowd here in this Munich velodrome. What a wonderful structure this is, and considering it's not going to be here after the championships, pretty incredible. And considering it wasn't here 2 weeks ago, it's even more breathtaking. Heinrich is holding this at 0.492 now. Plibani is refusing to give in. He looks like he's riding a very concentrated race. There's no stress in the Italian at all. There's a little bit more rock and roll in Heinrich. Look at Plibani, look how steady he is on the bike. Those shoulders, there is no rock at all. The mouth is not showing any signs of stress. Heinrich, on the other hand, is using every single sinew of muscle that he's got to get some forward momentum. And Plebani, with this cool, calm, composed attitude, is drawing him back. 0.398. Good rides by these two. Plebani now at 0.4 still. Look at Heinrich. You know he's going as fast as he can. The head's bobbing and weaving left and right in metronomic time with the pistons that are pushing the pedals. 0.550. Plebani is still finding it difficult to come back. And it doesn't look to me like he's even started. Is he going to do what Ganna used to do? 0.609. Now Heinrich is making some big inroads. Still holding 0.6. Coming up towards the 3,000 meters point. They've both just ridden a 1-1 up to the 2,000 meters point. Plebani will want to silence this crowd soon. He'll want to start to accelerate. He's still holding it, but it's 0.767. Now he needs to start to be concerned, because this is where Heinrich started to make massive inroads in the last ride. Has Plebani got anything left? 1.135. Heinrich just rode a 1.00713. Now Plebani is starting to show signs of tension. Heinrich looking for this gold medal. Plebani's drifting a little bit up onto the red line. Heinrich now 2 seconds. Suddenly the acceleration of this young German is incredible. In the last kilometre and a half, this rider finds an extra gear. 2.5 seconds. This European title looks like it's going to Germany. They've won the women's individual pursuit, and it looks like it's going to be the men's as well. Look at Heinrich go, edging on even closer now to this European title. It's going to be Germany, 4.9320. Plebani takes the silver medal. The German fans are all on their feet. Spectacular individual pursuiting by Nicholas Heinrich. Where does he find the extra gear in the last kilometre? Really impressive. He looks like he's on his limit, and then he suddenly finds even more. Spectacular performance. So the gold will go to Germany, the silver to Italy, and the bronze to Italy. The atmosphere in this velodrome is great, absolutely spectacular. Plebani looked to me for a while like he was just holding it. Then suddenly the pressure started to show. Heinrich, junior world champion in the team pursuit. This rider has got some speed in the legs. European title for Nicholas Heinrich. Confirmation then of the result of the men's individual pursuit. Nicholas Heinrich wins. David Plebani takes the silver. And there's the rest of the result for you to digest. Men's individual pursuit. Some exciting riding during the various rounds of competition. In a few moments. We're going to turn our attention back to the men's sprint quarterfinals. We've got one decider. We already know that Jack Carlin, Hamish Turnbull and Rayan Halal are going through to the next round. So we're going to bring back Sebastian Vigier and Maximilian Dornbach onto the track, onto the boards. They're at 1-1. Whoever wins goes through to the semi-finals. Dornbach got his tactics right in round 1. Vigier just looked faster in round 2. This is all about a place in the semi-finals. Vigier, without doubt, is the rider that we know most about. He is a World Championship bronze medalist. He was behind Harry Lavrace and Jeffrey Hoogland last time in the World Championships held in Roubaix. Double straps on those pedals to get all the power transfer, make sure the feet don't pull out of the pedals. And onto the track. Vigier will be, by the looks of things, at the inside, so he has to lead off. Dornbach will be at the top of the track. He's decided to stay well away from the Frenchman, doesn't position himself too close. All concentration from these sprinters now. This is a big moment to get through to the European semi-finals. Vigier goes to the front immediately. He knows that Dornbach has got a lot of speed into the slipstream. Dornbach staying very, very close to Vigier. Takes a little bit of height. Trying to use that banking almost like a steep hill to get a little bit more acceleration, a bit of free speed almost. Vigier now leads out. These two riders going shoulder to shoulder, flat out on this final lap. Dornbach on the outside, Vigier on the inside. Who's going to come out in the lead? It looks like it's going to be a throw of the bike of the line. Vigier is going to go through. The Frenchman, Roger, is very pleased with that. Sebastian Vigier goes through to join Rayan Halal. So 2 British riders, 2 French riders in the semi-finals. A great contest between those two. We've enjoyed watching that. Our final 2 races of the night will be bunch races, so we're going to bring the big groups of riders onto the track. The first race will be the women's elimination. 17 riders will be on the track. No medals decided tonight in the men's sprint then. We move on to decide our final 2 medals of the night. There's the progression of the riders through the men's sprint, the road to the final. And it's going to be Carlin against Halal, Vigier against Turnbull in the semi-finals tomorrow. The women's elimination, where all the action happens at the back of the race. The riders on the track, 17 riders. And every couple of laps, a rider is eliminated until we get down to the last 2 riders on the track, and then the sprint happens to decide who the winner is. Here's the lineup. Led there by Letizia Paternoster, who is the world champion. There's Valentine Fortin. She was the European champion last year. She beat Letizia Paternoster into 2nd place. There is Paternoster in the rainbow bands. Paternoster at the top in the rainbow bands, Fortin at the bottom in the colours of France. Olivia Balasaite riding for Lithuania. The favourites in this race, really, Letizia Paternoster, the world champion, Lotte Kopecky, the Belgian rider, Pfeiffer Georgi of Great Britain, Valentine Fortin. Those are the top 4 riders who are in this race, but as always, anything can happen in an elimination race. You catch yourself in the wrong position, you can be eliminated. There is Lotte Kopecky. Making our way back to Pfeiffer Georgi. Dutch rider Marleen de Zeurt. The German rider also, Lea Lynn Teutenberg, sorry. Chance for her as well. Very important on this track to be near the front. All the action happens at the back. Riders are eliminated. You'll hear the whistle go normally. That will signal that there is going to be an elimination. So once the riders form up into the track, then riders will start to be in difficulty. And Pfeiffer Georgi finding herself right at the back at the moment. The British rider finding the tempo at the start just a little bit rapid. Oh, big crash. And the Dutch rider hits the deck. Also with the rider from Greece, Argyro Malaki. The race at the moment is neutralised until these riders are allowed back into the race. So the race is neutralised. Marleen de Zeurt trying to get back onto the bike. It was a very rapid start. Here's the moment as they came round that turn, a touch of wheels. I don't know how more riders didn't come down. Marleen de Zeurt hits the deck quite hard. The Greek rider even harder. So Argyro Malaki, let's see if she can get back on the bike. Looks like she's now remounting as well. The race is still neutralised under yellow flags. And an appreciative crowd welcoming the Greek rider Agira Malaki back into the peloton. She's just going to wait until the peloton catch her. That's the sensible thing to do. It's going to be a little bit painful after that fall, but at least the riders are back up on the track. And the minute the Greek rider gets there, then the yellow flag will be drawn in. The riders will be in the peloton. And this race can get underway. It is very, very tight in this peloton on this track. But the width is still the same as it would be on a 250-metre track. Just got to find your way. So a rider will be eliminated at the back every time you hear the whistle on the next lap. And it's going to be a bell every single time. So Paternoster is in difficulty at the back alongside the Spanish rider, and it's a little bit of a fight going on. Is the world champion going to be eliminated right at the beginning? This would be unthinkable. Looks like the Ukrainian rider, number 96, Ksenia Fedotova, is out of the race. They've got these little boxes on the handlebars. They flash orange when you're eliminated. The bell goes again. Another rider is out this time. And it's Lotta Kopecky at the back. A little bit of a switch going on. Paternoster making her life a little bit tricky at the moment. And the rider eliminated at the back looks like the Spanish rider. And that is Yukini Larati. The judges didn't make a decision then, which is a surprise because it looked quite obvious. So Larati is still in there. The bell goes this time. Larati has been given a free ride to stay in the group. Sitting right on the back. Now it's the Portuguese rider who's in difficulty. Who's going to be eliminated this time, and it is Larati this time. The Portuguese rider has been eliminated. So Daniela Campos is out of the race. The bell goes this time. And the race is currently neutralized. The race currently neutralized by the commissaires. They draw the flag in, and now the race is underway again. At the back of the race then, so two riders have been eliminated already. It's the Dutch rider at the back who is now in a little trouble. It's Marlene de Zoet. Can she get herself in the race? She's the rider who fell earlier, may now be feeling the effects of that crash, although she overtakes the rider at the back. And it looks like we're going to have an elimination of the rider in red. And another huge crash out of the side of the camera. And the commissaires have decided to stop this race because there was a huge crash in the top banking. A number of riders hitting the deck, and the Spanish rider trying to move everyone out of the way there. But the crash had happened in front. Leticia Paternoster falling. A touch of wheels of the Italian world champion. And she fell very, very heavily from the top of the banking then. So it's going to take a little bit of a time to get this race back up and running. And the commissaires are just looking for the medical team. Paternoster fell very heavily from the top of that banking. And we hope that the world champion is okay. They've had to stop the race immediately. Just a touch of wheels in there from right in the middle of the peloton. The medical team with the world champion very quickly. Well, the pace in this elimination race not very high at that point. That's why that peloton is so compact. Everyone riding pretty cagily. Czech Republic rider is sitting up. Katerina Kunova. High for Georgie, like she just missed it. Here's the crash as it happened. Paternoster moving up on the inside and was squeezed. She bumps off the Polish rider and Emily Kay on the outside. Unfortunately, it looked like the world champion kind of caused that. She was bumping and barging and trying to get through gaps that really weren't there. Sorry, not Emily Kay. It was the Irish rider Alice Sharp. She was one of the first riders to fall. Bit of shoulders going on. And the medics are still working to look after Letizia Paternoster. It was a very heavy fall. The Spanish rider looks like she's nursing an injury there and may well not be able to retake the track, unfortunately. Eugenia Larate.
Mario. Haben wir so ein drittes Cover, um das nach hinten zu stellen, weil die jetzt alle von hier fotografieren?
Lotte Kopecky just waiting to find out what's going to happen.
So ein drittes Cover hier hin.
So just a few moments until we find out whether this race will restart. Letizia Paternoster is still on the deck, but the medics are with her and looking after her. The Italian soigneur is with her, the medic is with her. They're going to just have a look at repairing this track quickly. Letizia Paternoster just having that very heavy fall. And they are still just looking after her on the track. They are talking to her, so she is conscious. We've had some wonderful competition over the last few hours, and we hope that Letizia is able to get up soon and may not take further part in the racing, but at least will be looked after. She's now telling the medics about the pains that she's got with her, looks like her shoulder. And they're going to bring a stretcher to her and take her away by the looks of what's happening just in front of me here in the commentary position. So we wish her all the very best. So racing is suspended here in the velodrome for a few moments after that crash. The pace in that bunch race wasn't flat out, it was pretty steady, and therefore when there's a touch of wheels in a peloton like that, particularly on this 45-degree banking, then you don't have anywhere to go other than to slide all the way to the bottom. Paternoster was not at the top of the banking at the time. She was right in the middle, just trying to find her way through, snaking her way through. She's such a fast mover in a peloton. She's used to being in the World Tour peloton on the road as well. Riders have gone back into the track centre just to spin the legs over. Leah Lynn Teutenberg there in the colours of Germany. Following this race, scheduled to be the men's scratch race. Saw a really good women's scratch race yesterday, didn't we? So the men's scratch race will be following this. Paternoster, the world champion. Shame to see her hit the deck. The medic's just working with her to just make sure she's comfortable. And the crowd just quietly hoping for good news from her in a few moments. The French just replaying the crash just to see what happened. The medics are getting ready to move Laetitia Paternoster onto a stretcher. Well, thank you for joining us over the last few hours. We've enjoyed the various rounds of competition. Racing is suspended if you've just joined us now, while the medics look after Laetitia Paternoster after a crash in the elimination race. The riders who are left are just spinning their legs over in the track centre. That's the automatic reaction of most riders, is to go back into the track, keep the legs turning over, because they've warmed them up over the last hour leading up to the race. Riders just want to take their focus into protocol mode, where they think, right, okay, how do I keep myself ticking over? The race is going to be restarted at some point, and how do I come out with my best form? They can't really think about anything else right now. That's what their job is, and that's what they will do. They'll, of course, wish all the best to Laetitia Paternoster, and they'll look for information after the race as to how she is.
He's the official doctor. I don't know where the hospital is, but when we get requests of the situation, I send them to you. Can you give me your contact details? Or telephone, or give me an email. Email is better.
Well, as soon as we know what will happen with this race suspension, whether the race will be rerun immediately or whether it will be suspended until later on in the programme. We've only got one more race after this, which is the men's scratch race, and the men are warming up ready for that race now. As soon as we know, we'll update you so that you can understand exactly what is going to happen. But our best thoughts are with Letizia Paternoster, who right now the medics are just transferring her onto a stretcher. There's the little box, the elimination box that the riders have on their handlebars, which tells them if they are taken out of the race or not. May take a little bit of time till we know whether we can have this race restarted, because we've got to get Letizia out of the velodrome and into the medical centre. There is a clear way to take her there, which is down one of the ramps and then through the track centre and out. Albert Torres just warming up there in the colours of Spain. He will be in the scratch race coming up. Racing suspended in the track after a crash in the elimination race. Coming up then will be the men's scratch race once we have the restart. In that race, we've got the likes of Albert Torres and Donovan Grodin, the world champion. So the medical team now feel like they can move Letizia Paternoster to the stretcher, so they're just preparing to do that. We'd had a couple of eliminations before that crash happened. When we restart, if indeed we do, the judges will, of course, take that decision shortly. They will decide what the next course of action is going to be. Letizia Paternoster is now being moved by the medical team out of the track. She's being looked after by Dirk, who's the medical director. Dirk is a very, very experienced doctor. In fact, he was first on the scene when Fabio Jakobsen had his terrible crash in Poland. So he knows exactly how to treat these riders, how to look after them. So Paternoster is on a stretcher. She's being looked after and being moved out of this velodrome now. Racing still suspended, and the judges and the commissaires will take the decision as to what they are going to do next. Well, so far in these competitions today, we've seen medals decided, the men's individual pursuits. We saw Nicholas Henrich of Germany take that individual pursuit gold medal. David Plebani took the silver for Italy, then Leo Moro took the bronze for Italy. We also saw Emma Heinze with a fantastic performance in the women's 500-meter time trial. Elena Starikova took the silver medal in the women's 500-meter time trial. Miriam Vecce took the bronze for Italy. Women's individual pursuit, Mika Kroger took the gold medal for Germany. It was Lisa Brennauer in her last individual pursuit who took the silver. Vittoria Guazzini took the bronze for Italy. Racing still suspended as the jury make their decisions about what they would like to do next. In normal circumstances, this race would restart immediately. Lotte Kopecky just cooling herself down a little bit with her own personal fan there, just getting herself ready for racing.
Wenn das Rennen dann neu gestartet wird, werden alle Fahrerinnen, die zum Zeitpunkt des Stoßes des Rennabbruchs noch im Rennbahn wieder an der Startlinie stehen. Wir haben bisher auch keine Information bekommen, dass weitere Fahrerinnen das Rennen aufgrund des Sturzes nicht wieder neu in Angriff nehmen werden. Aber da warten wir natürlich noch mal ab.
As we look down on the track centre, still a hive of activity as many riders are getting ready. 17 riders started the women's race. We've had a couple of riders eliminated. We'll see whether that race is going to happen or whether we're going to move on to the men's race. Twenty riders will be in the men's race. That is a straight 15-kilometre scratch race that will be the last event of the night. The track is just being looked at as well, just to check that there are no gouges in the track, no splinters sticking up. Got to be very careful and make sure that the track is as smooth as possible. Last little bit of inspection going on in the bottom banking. The track team who are responsible for building this track are just checking as well that they're happy that the racing can continue. They'll know whether everything is smooth as it should be. They've had a ladder up onto the top of the track just to check a few things out as well. So if you've just joined us now, racing has been suspended here in Munich in the Velodrome. We're waiting for the decision of the jury as to what is going to happen next. Leticia Paternoster, our thoughts are with her as she has been taken out of the Velodrome on a stretcher after a big crash in the elimination race. We wish her all the very best. next race on the programme would be the men's scratch race. In the field, Donovan Grodin, the world champion, Roy Ifting, silver medalist in the scratch race in the World Championships back in 2019. Also in the field, Uri Letau, who was a scratch race European champion in 2020. Reece Britton, a bronze medalist in the World Championships in 2021. Roman Gladish, silver medalist in the European Championships in 2020. Albert Torres, 5 times a European champion at different disciplines, the Madison and the Omnium. So a really great field of 20 riders in the men's scratch race, which is due to be the last race of the night. We've heard that Larate of Spain will not take any further part in this women's elimination if it restarts. Paternoster, of course, won't. Eberhardt has been eliminated. Daniela Campos also. So has Fedotova of Ukraine. Lots to take into consideration now in this programme for the head of the jury. The women have already warmed up, they've gone through their warm-up, they're ready to race, but the men also, they are in a situation where they have gone through their warm-up protocol. Their race should have started already. It was due to start 5 minutes ago. So lots of consideration. If the judges decided they'd like to run things tomorrow, they need to think about the programme. That wouldn't normally happen. So some riders in the men's or women's elimination and scratch race may well be leaving tomorrow. So there's lots to take into consideration when they make this decision. Still the track very busy in the centre as riders get ready. The crowd waiting expectantly for some news as to what's going to happen next. If you've just tuned in now, racing suspended in the velodrome. We anticipate a few moments until the news as to what's going to happen next is given. Judges are just making their decision now. Tonight we've already seen just 500-metre time trial. Emma Hinzer took that for Germany. Mika Kroger took the individual pursuit. Nicholas Heinrich had taken the individual pursuit for men. So far it's been Germany winning everything. They have had a superb night on this track. Racing suspended in the velodrome as we wait for news as to what the next course of action is going to be. If you'd like to get in touch, please feel free on social media at McCrossum. We can go through any questions you would like the answers to. Racing is suspended while the judges make their decision about the next course of action in the programme. After this, another 3 days of racing to come. On Monday, we move on to some of the Omnium competition for the men. We'll also have the men's time trial kilometre. And we finish on Tuesday with the women's Kieran and the women's Madison, as well as the men's Madison to finish things off on Tuesday evening. Nine medals have been decided, or 9 titles have been decided so far. So far, the German team have had a wonderful time on their home track. Yesterday, though, we saw the Netherlands take some of the medals. Netherlands took the men's team sprint. Team pursuit was won by France in the men's. The points race won by France as well for the men. Team sprint won by Germany. Women's team pursuit also won by Germany. Scratch race with that wonderful win by Anita Stenberg. Men's individual pursuit, Germany. Women's individual pursuit, Germany. So far, Germany are dominating this racing. Still racing suspended, no more news from the judges so far. At the moment, racing is suspended. It can't really continue until the medical team are all back in the velodrome. And that is what the slight delay is in proceedings. We may well see the victory ceremony for the women's individual pursuit coming up shortly, and then racing will continue. So bear with us while we get this racing back underway. It shouldn't be too long until everything is back on the track. The judges look like they are starting to make their way back out onto the track. So we're just hearing then that the women's elimination race is going to restart. the riders left in this race, coming back out on the track, the elimination race. All the action happens at the back of the peloton, of course. Let's hope we don't get any more action than just eliminations this time. Riders left in this peloton now. Lotte Kopecky making her way out onto the track in the colours of Belgium. Perhaps now the most famous women rider in Belgium. You can see those special handlebars she's got, almost like little brake levers on there, so she's got another position to hold on the bars. After she won the Tour of Flanders, for the first time I saw a women's cyclist winning a race on the front cover of the Belgian newspapers. Lotte Kopecky back up on the track now. So the rules again, all the action happens at the back. The riders are eliminated one by one until we get down to the final two riders. The final two riders fighting it out for the gold medal. Leolin Teutenberg of Germany. Comes from such a famous German cycling family. Rides for Ceratizit WNT on the road. One of the teams now bidding to be a World Tour squad. This is Marlene Dezort, who's fallen already in one of the crashes. Back up and running. This is Pfeiffer Georgi. Pfeiffer Georgi, the team captain on the road of Team DSM. Valentin Fortin, the European champion last year. Olivia Balasaita there, in the colours of Lithuania. Up at the top of the track, there's Swiss rider, Michelle Andres. There's Lotte Kopecky. The Irish rider, Alice Sharp. Behind her, Pfeiffer Georgi. A diminished peloton now. There's the battle scars of Alice Sharp. Slovakian rider, Machikova. Leolin Teutenberg at the back. Underway in the women's elimination. Everyone will want to stay as close to the front as possible and will present its own issues, but let's hope we have a clean race now. The pace is pretty hot as everyone gets into this peloton. Much more room on the track now, of course. And the judges fire the gun and get this race underway. Let's see who the first rider to be eliminated is going to be. There will be a bell sounded. Everyone fighting for position. The Greek rider going around the outside. And this time one rider will be squeezed out of this peloton. Pfeiffer Georgi finding it really difficult to get on terms here. And eliminated at the back. Looked like number 48. Alice Sharp is removed from the peloton, wearing number 48. There's the back wheel. Alice Sharp is out. Next elimination coming up. And right at the back, Marlene Dezort in a bit of difficulty and eliminated. Looked like number 39. Number 39 from Greece. Argira Milaki is eliminated. Fell early on in the competition. Marlene Dessort on the back again. The bell goes. One rider will be eliminated this time. And who's going to be out? It looks like the Polish rider is eliminated that time, Patricia Lorowskowska. She is taken out. Slowly but surely we're whittling this down. It will go to the last two. On the front, Valentin Fortin staying out of difficulty. Moving up on the outside, and a little squeeze on the inside. Who's taken out that time? Looked like the Slovakian rider. Number 82 is taken out, Alzbeta Bachikova. Bachikova removed. In trouble now at the back is Balasait of Lithuania against Dessert. As they come in now. And Balasait moves up on the inside, squeezes through. Oh, that was tight. Looked like the German rider, Teutenberg. She was the last rider across the line. You can see that flashing orange light. Leolim Teutenberg is removed. And there's confirmation. Down to the last 6 riders. At the front, the 3 riders on the road who are normally racing against each other. Fortin, Georgi and Kopecky. Lithuanian rider Balasait is out. Who's going to take these medals? We're down to the last 5. On the front, Fortin, Georgi, Kopecky, Dessort, and the Swiss rider is Michelle Andres. Dessort moves up, tries to get herself into the right position. Georgi is trying to hold position on the inside. And it's the Swiss rider eliminated that time. That's on Michelle Andres. Michelle Andres is out. Down to the last 4. One rider will be eliminated, the rest will get medals. Now the sprint continues. It's 5 for Georgi and Lotte Kopecky. Fortin, the former European champion, is squeezed out at the back. Fortin looking for a gap and doesn't find it. Fortin is out now. The medals are decided. These 3 riders have got gold, silver and bronze. Depends now in which order. The Dutch rider, Marlene Dessort, goes to the front. Lotte Kopecky hunting her down. She's more worried about 5 for Georgi. She doesn't want to sprint against 5 for Georgi. She knows how quick she is. And they go round the last turn and into the finish. So it's going to be bronze to the Netherlands and then gold or silver between Kopecky and 5 for Georgi. So it's Belgium against Great Britain. Kopecky is such a fast sprinter, but 5 for Georgi is too. These 2 riders have been against each other on the road. Kopecky goes sprinting away. Georgi trying to get on turns, trying to get in the slipstream of the fast-moving Belgian sprinter. Kopecky, one of the fastest sprinters in the world. And Kopecky now drives away. Lotte Kopecky takes the European title for Belgium. She was the race favourite with Paternoster, and Lotte Kopecky is European champion. Second is 5 for Georgi of Great Britain. Lotte Kopecky wins for Belgium, continues a superb season. 5 for Georgi in second place for Great Britain. Marlene Dessort of the Netherlands in third place. Just squeezed out of the medals, the French defending champion, Valentin Fortin.
Congratulations to Lotte Kopecky. You are the new European champion. Und ich nun darf anleiten, und wir haben den deutlich besseren Überblick.
Lotte Kopecky, former world champion of the Madison, first ever winner of the Madison world title with Jolien Dora. Becky, a member of the team of SD Works, has signed a contract with them till the end of 2024. Winner this year of Strade Bianchi and the Tour of Flanders. Crash-marred race, which ended up in a great battle between these three riders. Marlene Dezort, one of the first riders to crash. Lotte Kopecky, the 26-year-old Belgian rider. That career is building all the time. Here's confirmation of the result of the women's elimination. Lotte Kopecky takes the gold, Pfeiffer Georgi takes the silver, and Marlene Dezort takes the bronze. Great sprinting between these three riders. Kopecky looked so confident, didn't she? Had everything under control. Well, we're going to move on to our individual pursuit presentation in a few moments. So we're going to hear from the winner of that competition a little while ago.
The gold medal.
Thank you.
What a race. It seemed to be very close till the mid of the race, and on the end it was impressive, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was relatively, we were not far away from each other until maybe 2.5K, I think. And then I could turn a bit more, and then I think, yeah, it was a very nice race. Really hard, but the crowd was really nice.
You get something from the atmosphere?
Yeah, of course, yeah. It was really nice. I think one of the best people which are cheering for me. Great.
Okay. And this is the first big win for you?
What?
The first big win for you?
Yeah, it's
international,
the first really
European
big one.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Enjoy the time. Congrats.
Thank you.
Once more. Thank you.
Nicholas Heinrich, the winner of the men's individual pursuit. And we're going to have that victory ceremony in a few moments.
Medal ceremony, men's individual pursuit. Siegerehrung.
We're ready then for that medal ceremony. Already in his European Champions jersey, Nicholas Heinrich.
The medals will be presented by die Medaillen werden überreicht durch David Lapartin, Präsident Internationaler Radsportverband.
The Champions Flowers will be presented by Champions Flowers werden überreicht von Hans Lutz, Bronzemedaillengewinner Olympische Spiele München 1972.
Bronze medalist representing Italy, Gewinner der Bronzemedaille für Italien, Manlio Moro.
President of the Union Cycliste Internationale, David Lepartien, here to present the awards. The bronze medalist, Manlio Moro of Italy.
Silver medalist representing Italy, Gewinner der Silbermedaille für Italien, Davide
Another
Plebani.
medal for Italy. The silver goes to David Plebani. Back on the podium after 3 years.
gold medalist and European champion representing
And another
Germany.
medal for
Gewinner der
Germany.
Goldmedaille und
Gold medal goes to
Europameister für
Nicolas
Deutschland,
Heinrich.
Nicolas Heinrich.
Time of 4 minutes 9.320, averaged 57.8 kilometers an hour for that individual pursuit of 4,000 meters.
National Anthem
And now
of
for the national
Germany.
anthem of Germany.
Nationalhymne von Deutschland.
Munich 2022 medalists. Unsere München
The medalists in the
2022
men's individual
Medaillengewinner.
pursuit, Manlio Moro of Italy, David Plebani of Italy, and the winner, Nicolas Heinrich of Germany.
Ich hab, was du brauchst.
Final race of the night is about to get underway. This is the men's scratch race, 75 laps of the track, 15 kilometers. First rider across the line will be the winner and the gold medalist. The riders making their way out onto the track. 20 riders will be lining up. Here's the lineup, led by the world champion at this discipline, Donovan Grondin of France. It's a strong field of riders. I think it's going to be raced pretty hard by this peloton. And we'll find out who takes the final gold medal of tonight's competition. Kenny de Ketelaar there, looking after the interests of the Belgian rider, Jules Hesters. Ten riders start up at the top of the track. There's the world champion, Donovan Grondin, in his rainbow bands. 10 riders start at the bottom of the track and then they form up into the peloton and get the race underway. Roy Yifting there from the Netherlands. Silver medalist in the scratch race in 2019 in the World Championships. Greece Britain, bronze medalist in the World Championships. Riding for Great Britain. The top riders in here, Grondin, Yifting, Leitão, this rider from Portugal. Greece Britain, Roman Gladish, Rasmus Pedersen and Albert Torres. They are the favourites for this scratch race. Daniel Babor of the Czech Republic there. From the Ukraine, Roman Gladish. There's Albert Torres at the back. Trying to find his legs after the Tour de France. He looks like he's got so much endurance. Don't know whether the snap is there yet. No complications in this race except if you lose a lap. The riders roll off. Grondin rides for the Arkea Samsic team on the road. Goes immediately to the front, wants to stay out of any difficulty. A lot of racing to go, 75 laps, but only 15 kilometres. They'll do that pretty rapidly. The gun fires immediately. And everyone will just do their turn. They'll keep the pace nice and high, I think, on this track. Everyone will just go through, do their workload. The Italian rider leads, Matteo Pinazzi. He swings up. Next rider to go through from the Czech Republic, Daniel Babor. He now does his little bit of work, and the Netherlands rider goes through, Roy Yifting. Yifting with that silver medal in the scratch race in the World Championships, one of the race favourites. Ukraine rider goes to the front, Roman Gladish, a silver medalist in the European Championships in 2020, behind Yuri Leitão. Next rider on the front, setting the tempo. The Portuguese rider, Yuri Leitão, that we just mentioned. Belgian rider goes through to the front, Jules Hesters. So no eliminations, no points, no nothing. It's a flat-out scratch race. Pinazzi does his work again. A lot of work on the front already. We're on board here with Roman Gladish, looking back at the Polish rider, Bartosz Rudic. Having just done his work, Greece Britain swings up to the top of the track, followed by the Danish rider. It's Rasmus Pedersen. There's Albert Torres, rides for the Movistar team on the road. Comes from Mallorca. Grondin goes through to the front. On board with Albert Torres, looking back at the Hungarian rider, Diogo Oroc. Everyone looking around, trying to just slot themselves into the string where they feel comfortable. There's the coaches. They all stand in that one position, don't they? always in that one place, keeping an eye on the racing. Grondin looking pretty measured, pretty dynamic this afternoon. Or this evening now. It's nearly 9 o'clock in the evening here in Munich on these boards. It looks super quick out there, doesn't it? 2 minutes and 27 seconds have gone by. We're almost, we've already done 10 laps. It's going to be a rapid race. Probably around about 14 and a bit, 15 minutes of racing. In this race, all you can do is choose your favourite rider, cheer them on and hope that they win. Grondin constantly checking around to see who is on his wheel, who's going with him. Areas in those rainbow bands always gives you that extra motivation. Grondin sneaks onto the wheel of Rhys Britton. He knows that he's what a dangerous rider in this race. Grondin, 21 years of age. He's got a contract with Arceus Samsic as we see the first big attack. And Roy Efting has decided that he wants to unsettle everybody. Goes on the move, looking to try and take a lap, stretches things out. Sees whether there's anyone prepared to go with him. A number of riders are. Rhys Britton is one of them. He tries to capitalise on this attack. Britton goes to the front. He's joined by the Swiss rider immediately. That's Dominic Bieler. Also up at the front. Torres was involved in the action as well. Britton trying to stretch things again. Going clear. Dominic Bieler. Riding for Switzerland, looking comfortable as Britton tries to jump across. Gladish senses the danger. 3 riders trying to steal a lap on the rest of the field here. Two riders now at the front. Bieler and Rhys Britton. This looks quite dangerous as far as taking a lap is concerned. Big opportunity here. Rhys Britton, a world champion bronze medalist, and he now senses that this is a good move. Counter-attack starts to happen as riders try and jump across. The world champion has decided this is far too risky. Looking for a little bit of assistance from Roy Efting. The 3 riders at the front combining well. Bieler, Britton and Gladish. But Donovan Grondin, if that was a little bit impetuous maybe, but he's brought the race pretty much back together. Had to nullify that attack. Still hanging out there though. The race comes all back together. Roman Gladish with a slight advantage in the blue and yellow of Ukraine. Gladish looks around again, sees that he's got a little bit of a gap. Yuri Letau decides to jump across and just taste whether this is a little bit of a morsel that they can go with. Yuri Letau jumps away. You don't want to let this rider go. European champion of the scratch race in 2020. And Letau has opened up an advantage just as everyone was settling down, having brought the race back together. Yuri Letau has got half a lap on the rest of the field. Letau is about to take a lap. Also going across is Roman Gladish. And there's no reaction. Yuri Letau is going to now be 1 lap ahead of the rest of the field. That is dangerous. Donovan Grondin couldn't manage to nullify that one. So it's 1 lap taken by Yuri Letau of Portugal. Gladish is still trying to take the lap. He's in no man's land at the moment. There's our race leader. Roman Gladish still about a half a lap ahead. Donovan Grondin looking around. He's brought one big attack back, but you can't follow everything. Gladish now working his way through the traffic at the back of the race. And Gladish is another dangerous rider, because when Yuri Latau won the gold medal in 2020, Roman Gladish was second. Gladish is glancing across to see how the race is unfolding. 41 laps to go. Grondin is trying to accelerate, but maybe those legs are suffering a little after that acceleration. Gladish is almost there. He needs a little bit more. But the rest of the field are all looking around at each other. They know that Latau is top of the leaderboard. Gladish doesn't seem to have the legs, though. He's suffering badly trying to get across. And now Latau is trying to make his life hard, because he's gone to the front of the peloton to ensure that Gladish doesn't get there. That was an opportunist move by Yuri Latau. Latau is making life extremely hard for Roman Gladish. Reese Britton at the front of the peloton. Gladish, though, looks like he might have got a second wind. Reese Britton attacks off the front. Gladish still there in the blue and yellow. He's just hoping for a huge lull in the action as Donovan Grondin in those rainbow bands is being followed like a hawk by everyone. The judge, they're pointing where the race lead is. Big attack off the front of the peloton. Denmark and Romania are involved, with Rasmus Pedersen of Denmark and the Romanian rider Daniel Christa. Gladish has decided that it's game over. He goes to the top of the track and the race comes all back together, leaving Yuri Latau as the sole leader of this scratch race so far. There is Latau in the white jersey with the green and the red sleeve. Real master of this scratch race discipline. Waited for that first big attack, waited for the world champion to bring it back, pounced, went across, now he's in control. He jumps away again. Yuri Latau, the rider who leads this race, has gone clear again. This is very, very impressive. Latau is trying to take a second lap. Right on the road for the Caja team. All's been good at this style of racing. Omniums, points races, elimination races. And Yuri Latau is about to take a second lap. He's almost on the back of the string. Latau is about to take lap number 2, and that's going to put everyone in all sorts of difficulty. What an attack by Yuri Latau. He's nearly in the back of the peloton now. He's just about to do it. 2 laps up, Yuri Latau of Portugal. What's it going to take for anyone to beat this rider? That's impressive. 24 years of age, and he's made 2 lap gains look very, very simple. Took a stage win this year in Ronde del Oise. That was earlier on in the season. So far in this race, he is making this look like he is head and shoulders above everybody. Only 23 laps of racing to go in this 15 kilometers. And he's already 400 meters ahead. He's just ridden away. Everyone else has looked around at each other and thought, there's no way I can go with him. You just joined now then. The Portuguese rider, Yuri Latau, 2 laps up. Comes from Viana do Castelo in Portugal. And as the laps tick down, These riders have got not much time to do something about this. Going to the front from Belgium is Jules Hesters. How do you let a rider just ride off the front and take 2 laps like that? He's on the form of his life here on the track tonight. There's Rhys Britton, swings up to the top. Donovan Grondin in that World Championship jersey. Here's our race leader. Just watching everybody now. 2021, he won the sprints classification in Volta Alentejo. Been second in the elimination race in the Track World Championships. Now Grondin decides to stretch the race, sees whether he can try and take a lap. Letao has to swing out of the line, looking for everybody else to close the gap, being very, very clever about what's going on. Grondin is refusing to give in. He now stretches the race considerably, being joined by the Polish rider, Bartosz Rudic, looking at least to secure the silver and bronze medals, these 2 riders. But being chased down now by Rhys Britton, is refusing to give in. 2 riders clear, the world champion is one of them. Juri Letao trying to chase this one down. Doesn't want to let them go, wants to make sure that he's 2 laps ahead at the end of the race. Roman Gladish goes through. Roy Evening tries to join in because the rest of the riders do not want to let the medals disappear. Really stretched now, this peloton. Fighting for all they're worth. Jules Hesters jumps away to try and get across to the world champion. Big acceleration. Juri Letao has got 11 laps to go and is 2 laps ahead. The race comes back together at the front. Grondin looks across, sees that everybody is tracking him carefully. 9 laps to go. Surely Letao has won this. Another attack at the front. One rider going clear, looking for an opportunity. This is the German rider. You can tell by the reaction of the fans. Moritz Malacek. Moritz Malacek looking for the silver medal, because I think now Juri Letao is going to be the winner of this race. But Malacek has taken a big opportunity now, goes jumping away, and he's almost taken a lap. This would secure the silver for Germany. Malacek is almost there. He can see the peloton in front of him. A huge opportunity taken by Moritz Malacek. He's going to give Germany yet another medal on this track tonight. Malacek needs to make the back wheel. Torres has gone away. Malacek hoping that no other riders take a lap. That would secure him the silver. So he's now safely in silver medal position. Torres, gritted teeth, trying to go away. Malacek needs the race to come all back together because he's not quite taken the lap. He's well ahead of the rest of the peloton, though. He's with Juri Letao. Letao goes on the inside at the back of the peloton. And still Malacek hasn't made the junction, but he is still ahead as far as the rest of the riders are concerned. Coming up towards the bell lap. Malacek has not taken the lap yet, so he needs to hold on to get this silver medal. The acceleration happens. 1 lap of racing to go. At the front is Roy Evening, trying to come across to the German rider. The German rider is going to take the silver medal. He takes silver, Letao takes the gold, and the bronze, I think, is going to be Roy Evening. We wait for the result, but Juri Letao wins for Portugal. 2 laps ahead of the rest of the field. The silver medal will go to Germany. Juri Letao celebrates. Fantastic performance by the Portuguese rider. He absolutely dominated it. Confirmation, though, that Moritz Malacek takes the silver. And it looks like Poland not Roy Efting from the Netherlands, will take the bronze. So Rudic managed to get himself just off the front. Yuri Leitão takes a fantastic title for Portugal. Celebrations. And Germany gets another medal. 2 laps he took. So impressive. Bartosz Rudic takes the bronze. Not sure he even knows that yet. Silver medal to Moritz Malacek. Yuri Leitão knows how to ride a scratch race, doesn't he? He's so happy with that performance, absolutely special. Job done. He waited for the first huge attack, then he went on the move. I'm amazed he's able to run on that banking. Celebrates with his family. Don't slip down now, Yuri, because that banking is very, very steep, particularly in cycling shoes. Takes the European title again. Oh, he's going to celebrate all night, I think. Yuri Leitão of Portugal made that look easy. Spectacular performance from those riders. Leitão was absolutely supreme. No answer by any of the other riders. They had no chance. The second lap take was incredible. He just rode off the front and everyone looked around at each other again and let him go. Here's him catching one of the back markers. You can see the speed he's moving at. Another medal for Germany. Well, I think there's a bit of discussion going on in the middle of the track because Roy Efting thinks he took the bronze medal, and I originally thought he took the bronze medal. Well, let's see what the judges decide. They originally gave it to the Polish rider Rudic, but it looked to me like Efting was off the front. So there's a bit of discussion. They're going to consider the photos, they'll consider all the information, and then they'll decide where this bronze medal is going to go. Yuri Littau celebrating well, though.
Dazu das Point Race der Frauen, also das Punktefahren der Frauen im Finale.
Certainly a passionate win, wasn't it? He looked superb when he jumped away twice. The velodrome has been sold out over the 6 days. We're looking forward to another big day of racing tomorrow. It will start around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But we've got 2 victory ceremonies to bring you before the end of this programme. Roy Ifting waiting for the decision to be made. He thought he had jumped away to take the bronze, but he knows he's got to wait until the judges just consult what happened on that last couple of laps. Roy Ifting, silver medalist in the scratch race in the World Championships in 2019. At these moments, the team manager of the country goes to the commissaires and asks for a decision to be changed. The commissaires then have to go back and look at the images, they have to look at the finishing order, and then they make their decision. No doubt whatsoever about who the winner was. He had 400 meters between him and the rest of the field. This is Roy Ifting as he jumped away. For me, the Polish rider was at the back of the field. There's Yuri Littau celebrating. That's a wonderful shot, isn't it? The delight at winning a European title. Two presentations to bring you, the women's elimination race and then the men's scratch race, before we look at the schedule of tomorrow. Tomorrow's schedule starts off with the women's sprint qualification, and then we move through the men's sprints that we saw today as well. We finish up with the men's elimination race and the men's sprint finals. Going to be a good day of racing with lots to be decided. Still decisions being made. To Kopecky waiting for her presentation. Kenny Dekatela there enjoying the atmosphere, not Lotte Kopecky, sorry. Hard to tell sometimes with the mask on, isn't it, in there in the track centre. As soon as we've got news of Leticia Paternoster, we'll bring you that news. We just send her all our best after that big crash. But in a few moments, the presentations of the women's women's elimination and the men's scratch race don't disappear. We'll bring you those shortly. And here's confirmation then that the decision has been changed. Juri Lettau takes the gold medal, Malacek takes the silver, and Roy Efting is given the bronze medal for the Netherlands. So the original result that I thought was the case is the case. Confirmation that Juri Lettau took the gold, Malacek took the silver, and Efting took the bronze medal. Two laps ahead for Juri Lettau. Three riders not finishing. Well, now that we've organised that, here's Lotte Kopecky.
The race, it was cool.
Sorry?
It was a cool race at the end, yeah?
Yeah.
From you.
Yeah. In the beginning, I mean, first part before neutralization, there were so many crashes, and yeah, I hope that everybody's okay. Also, Leticia. But yeah, then when we started the race again, I was, yeah, I was ready for it. And also this final sprint, I knew I didn't have to wait too long, and I did not. And yeah, it's nice to start the tournament like this.
Yeah. You told us you need the physical strength then, yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
After this accident,
yeah, I was happy I did not crash before, but if you crash one time, then of course you are a bit afraid. But I knew I had to switch this button off to win this race. So yeah, it's nice. It worked out.
Congrats. Enjoy the time. Thank you. Thank you.
Lotte Kopecky, the winner of the women's elimination race. A crash-marred one, unfortunately. We're ready for the medal ceremony of the women's elimination race.
Ausscheidungsfahren Frauen.
Medal ceremony for the women's elimination race.
Die Medaillen werden überreicht durch David Lapalier, Präsident internationaler Radsportverband.
The Champions Flowers will be presented by the Champions Flowers werden überreicht von
There's our dignitaries who will present the awards.
Bronze medalist representing Netherlands. Gewinnerin der Bronzemedaille für Niederlande. Helene de Sutter.
Marlene de Sutter takes the bronze medal.
Silver medalist, representing Great Britain, Gewinnerin der Silbermedaille für Großbritannien, Pfeiffer Georgie.
Silver medal goes to Great Britain, to Pfeiffer Georgie. Pfeiffer Georgie, the team road captain of Team DSM. A young rider with a very calculating, tactical head on her shoulders.
Representing Belgium, Gewinnerin der Goldmedaille und Europameisterin für Belgien, Lotte Kopecky.
Lotte Kopecky is the European champion of the women's elimination race. Lotte Kopecky of Belgium wins another title. And now the national anthem. Belgian national anthem for Lotte Kopecky, European champion of the women's elimination. As she said, when the race restarted, she was up for it. Brings home another title. We're going to hear now from the winner of the men's scratch race.
A big surprise for the audience, for you of course too, or did you say?
I did a very good job for these Europeans. I recognized very well the track in the last 3 days. I knew I was ready, but the other guys were so strong. They did such a fast race. Of course, I wanted to win, but I'm not that surprised. But it's always really nice to be here, to be European champion. I'm very, very happy and very proud.
It's great. What was your decision to go for the round?
Yeah, in the beginning, I saw like the most favorite guys. They were doing like a close race between them. Nobody could attack. It looks to me that they spent a little too much in the beginning, and I was saving as much as I could. And when I saw some hesitation, I tried it, and I was with the good legs, and I think it was on the perfect timing.
Yeah, and for the preparation of the race, did you see on the 200 meters it's much easier to get around?
Yeah, yesterday I saw the Pons race, and I saw that it was really crazy because with the fatigue it's really easy to go and gain a lap because it's 50 meters less. So it's faster, and if you have a little bit of an hesitation in the peloton, you can gain a lap really faster. So I was studying that yesterday, and it did well today.
You've done a great job. Congrats. Enjoy your time. Thank you.
Yuri Littau. Well, preparation pays off, doesn't it? Watched everything carefully to work out how to take the victory. We're getting ready for the presentation of the men's scratch race. Germany can celebrate another medal in this presentation. Tonight we've enjoyed watching Nicholas Heinrich take his individual pursuit gold medal for Germany. The men's scratch race taken by Yuri Littau, the 500-meter time trial taken by Emma Hinze of Germany, women's individual pursuit Mika Kroger of Germany. Belgium took the women's elimination with Lotte Kopecky. We're getting close now to the final presentation of tonight's session. Just shows you Yuri Littau coming into the track yesterday, keeping an eye on all the other racing, making sure he knew exactly how to win. Getting ready for his race, just judging and studying everything and thinking, right, how do I play this? And he was right, the big name riders really did stretch themselves in the early stages, in particular the world champion Donovan Grondin, chasing down that breakaway with Reese Britton in it. Used a huge amount of energy, and that's when Yuri Littau pounced, went away and took the title. We're ready then for the presentation of this scratch